Craved by the Shadow Demon, by Celeste King.
A woman falsely accused of murder.
And a demon who is willing to save her. Under one condition.
Stay with him forever.
He's a monster. A killer. A beastly creature.
But she loves the way he makes her feel.
Get the uncut version of this audiobook from Worlds of Protheka.com to enjoy the naughty scenes without ads or interruption.
To make up for YouTube's guidelines stopping us from posting these dirty details on their platform, get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle when you use code YouTube30 at checkout.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
And thanks for choosing Celeste King's Craved by the Shadow Demon. Chapter 1. Annette. We're glad to have you here, Annette. I stand before a small council, who all sit on a bench. The sheen of the late afternoon sunlight against the marble tile is almost blinding. The scene is beautiful, bathed in a golden glow of light. I don't dare speak. They could easily erase my very existence. I've already noticed that their tone is much more severe than I remember, and even the kindest among them looks disgusted by my presence. The elderly woman, Zephiro, serves as the head of the council, and she does most of the speaking. She is different from the other members of the council. She is at least somewhat compassionate and acts from a sense of duty. But she is still a dark elf, and dark elves have offered me very few kindnesses. For a time, we allowed you to remain in Malara, separate from the camps and the clubs, because we recognised your unique contributions, Zephiro says, and it's with a heavy heart that I inform you. Can you get to the point, Zephiro? The curmudgeonly elder Dritz asks. He fidgets in his seat, and he's been staring holes through me since I entered the large chamber. I've never gotten the impression that he particularly cared for me. Zephiro gives him a small, sideways glance, barely acknowledging him before turning back toward me. We cannot excuse your actions, Annette, Zephiro says, her voice losing all compassion and sense of patience. What you've done is inexcusable. My heart jumps. I feel chills run up and down my spine. I'm sorry, I say reactively, my voice hoarse and dry. What are you... I can see anger growing in Dritz. You've had plenty of time to defend yourself, girl, Dritz says. We're not interested in hearing your testimony. We just want you out by sunset. I wait for Zephiro to jump in, but she never does. The 5 elder dark elves have seemingly dismissed me without a trial. You may go, Zephiro says. The other elves have pulled up other documents and are scrutinising them carefully. Though I'm not used to defending myself in front of the council, I realise that I have nothing to lose at this point. I address the council somewhat sheepishly. Can you at least tell me what I did wrong? You know perfectly well what you did. Dritz barks like a rabid warg, but Zephiro holds up a hand, silencing him. Dark elves hold little respect for human women, but for the females of their own kind, there is a noticeable reverence. We've found several dark elves killed in increasingly gruesome ways, and all of them have one thing in common, Zephiro says. The air leaves my lungs, and I'm gasping, trying to make sense of the accusation. They think I murdered somebody. Not just one person, but multiple dark elves. My sense of reason starts to leave me in spades, and a wave of irrationality sweeps over me. I want to run out of the room and never return to this town. I know that I won't get the same treatment that I have received in Malara anywhere else, but the way the council gazes upon me now humiliates and terrifies me. They all had ties to you. My jaw drops. What do you mean they all had ties to me? We've always recognised your unique disposition, Annette, Zephiro says. You're not exactly like the other humans, are you? I don't know what to say. A flicker of light escapes my hand, unnoticed by everyone, as my brain unwittingly stumbles through incantations. We've been very kind to you because we recognise your unique gifts. But we know there are many who have spoken out against your kind, and they're all... Dead, Dritz interjects. Torn apart, flayed open, burned, the moisture sucked out of every orifice in their bodies. Now wait a minute, I start to say. No more minutes. Josephine rests her head on her hand now, unable to contain her impatience. She can't hide the fury from her voice. We've humoured this farce long enough. If you're not gone by sunset, we've hired somebody to remove you, and we've told them we'd take you warm or cold. We cannot allow this threat to our village to go unchecked. I pause to think, my skin clammy. The only bright spot is that they're not executing me for these alleged crimes. They're actually being merciful by just sending me out of town. Every step out of the hall is devastating. I can hear the blood coursing through my body. My very heartbeat is deafening. I reach the archway and step through it, feeling the sunset's rays on my face, only to feel something hard and sharp collide with the side of my face. The noise in my ear is deafening upon impact. Moving my hand up suddenly, I wipe the tangy and ripe-smelling tisret, its juices and skin intermingled with a trickle of blood, from my cheek. Tears well up in my eyes as I trace the trajectory of the fruit to an elderly dark elf. "You damn witch!" the man screams. And he's not alone. A crowd of about 15 furious elves stands to my left, staring at me callously. The entire time that I've lived here, I've had to avoid them, never looking at them the wrong way or saying the wrong thing in their presence. They clearly knew I was meeting with the council and waited outside for my exit. My lip curls. I wish my spells were powerful enough to eliminate them from the face of reality. But then the magic of dark elves is leagues above my own anyway, so I'd probably just be stopped with counter-magic. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, not saying anything as I step forward. Their movements mirror my own, and I can feel the coolness of their shadows overwhelming me. Their enraged comments nearly break me. "If we weren't standing in broad daylight, I'd kill you myself." "You'd better watch your back at night, girlie." "We demand justice. Turn yourself in and face the consequences." I start to walk at a quickened pace through the town before breaking into a run, looking only at my shoes hitting the hard cobblestone tile. I heave and gasp, clutching my side, before realising that I've shaken the mob. Perhaps I shouldn't blame them. Many of them have probably lost family members and feel like they have no sense of closure. I expect to find more solidarity with other humans as I cross through Lowtown, but I discover no such comfort. As I shuffle forward, covering my head with my hood, I can feel their eyes upon me, scrutinising me. Their judgment is as clear as the council's. Staring down at my feet in the vain hope that I could shut out their demeaning stares, I bump into a hard, tall figure of a man. "Excuse me," he says, shuffling out of the way before noticing who I am. I hope to clear the distance before he can say anything. "You ruined everything, you know that?" His tone is less caustic and more matter-of-fact. I consider moving forward, but I realise that I can't convince him. Instead, I find myself turning to face him. "Pardon?" "Before you came along with your funny tricks, the elves left us all alone," he replies. "Now they're breathing down our necks, ruining Lowtown. You couldn't even stand with us when we needed you." I hear the deep whinnying and hard steps of an Iqu, seeing a mounted elven guard approaching the district. Immediately the men and women around me avert their eyes, shifting their focus from me to anything else in the vicinity. They know that if a fight breaks out, the dark elves will only quell it, and that will lead to greater loss of life. "You don't need to worry," I say, fighting to hold back more tears. "I'm leaving the town tonight." He scoffs. "Good riddance." I live on a steep hill next to Lowtown, on the outskirts of town. During my spare time, I used to look out the window and ponder what was happening in the town below. The lives of humans and dark elves alike both fascinated me. Just when I think I might experience a moment of peace, I notice from a distance that streaks of red paint cover my beautiful small brown house. "No," I whisper. Trying to hurry up the hill, The words, "Never leave a witch alive," become clearer in my sight, coating the house facade. Who would do this? I think to myself. Until I realise that the better question is, who wouldn't? When I finally reach my home, I rub my hands over the exterior walls, feeling that the paint has already set. Looking over my shoulder for possible stalkers, heat tingles in my hand, and I mutter an incantation to myself. Blue light appears on my fingertips, and I press my fingers against the walls, the painted letters vanishing before my eyes in a streak of blue. I take a deep breath, my heart rate spiking as the anxiety sets in that somebody must have seen me. I double-checked multiple times, but I know better than to trust my judgment. It isn't right that I must fear for my life like this. It isn't right that I'm being cast out of my own home without a shred of evidence. I wipe my tears as I collect my belongings, using a couple of small compacting spells to ensure everything fits. They were willing to take everything away from me, without asking even a single question. There must be more suspects in this town than just me, so why am I the only one under scrutiny? What stops a dark elf from framing me? My despair becomes righteous anger as I haul my luggage out the door. I know that people will challenge me on my way out of town. They may scowl, even insult me, but I know something they don't. I'm innocent. And from this moment on, as I leave the comforts of my own home and venture into a less civilized world, I'm going to spend every minute of my time proving it.
Chapter 2. Rook. To the strangers I've yet to reap, thank you. I look out over the surrounding countryside, still groggy with my eyes half shut. In truth, I don't know who or what awakened me. Perhaps it was all of them. There are many disembodied voices in my head, all crying out for attention. The forest around me is black, with leaves and pine needles shaking from stray gusts of wind and animal whims. I'm alone out here, not like before. It is a strange feeling. The solitude is peaceful, but also deafening. I can hear the hearts of the wicked screaming, begging to be purged of their abuses. There are too many to count. I wish I could peel into their skulls and understand what makes their brains tick, because from here they are nothing more than echoes, the underbelly shadows of larger beings. The mystery makes me salivate. I wonder, how long have I slumbered? Did I say those words out loud, or did they just echo around my head? The forest shakes silently, and I receive no discernible answers. Interesting. There are no gods here. I pivot, looking up at the bright, star-speckled sky. There are far more stars than I remember. Or at least, none who would come forward? I stride through the clearing, arms outstretched as though challenging my masters. The corner of my grim prison pulses violet and red, its black stone maddening to most mortals. Skeletons cover the hard rock I once considered my tomb. I scream at the sky. There was a time when you humored my existence. Now you alienate me after leaving me buried all this time? I pace back and forth, expecting to hear them speak anew. But I realize that I will receive no such grace. The gods are either dead or silenced. They've abandoned me, leaving me to carry on the same directives without input. But that doesn't seem right. Perhaps their silence is the challenge. Perhaps I'm meant to look beyond the surface and find them in the minutiae. But then, I try to remember my time below ground. It is vague and hazy, filled with indiscernible shapes and loud noises. I'm not sure if I was sleeping or if I was hunting. I see myself reaching out, trying to grapple with my memories, and they slip through my claws like mist. There are elements of my memories that now feel fantastic to me, amidst the haze and the ambiguity. Perhaps the time before my sealing was all a dream. Perhaps I've always been buried, slumbering, not hunting beneath the surface. My stomach grumbles, and I realize that this mortal form needs sustenance too. A small suru stumbles through the forest, its lithe form poured into by the blackness of my prison. It glows and pulses deliciously red, and I can see its every illuminated vein, nourished by the corruption. To them it might be an aberration, but I think it's beautiful. It peers up at me in curiosity, and I stare back. I lick my lips. Perhaps the gods do provide after all. Before the Suru can come to its senses, I take advantage, leaping into action. With a simple swat, the Suru is rendered dead, struck clean of its power. It falls harmlessly to the ground with a thud, and I begin to rip into its mangy, corrupted form. The Suru look and taste different than what I remember. They seem hardier, and there are more horns to eat around, more gristle to spit out. The act of eating it is not pleasant to me. I don't know if I like this change. I hope other aspects of the realm have remained consistent with my recollections, whether those spring from memories or dreams. Leaving the corpse in disappointment, I smell the air, trying to peel my stomach from the delicious cries of mourning and violence. The scents of animals are far less enticing than my mission on the horizon, but this form is frail and neglected. Before I can undertake my true mission, I must first prepare my mortal body. Finally catching a whiff of something lingering on the winds, I hunch down, then claw my way through the forests, rushing past lakes and roads, under sweeping branches and across chasms and burrows. What I'm dashing toward, I'm not certain. It's pure instinct. Then I reach another clearing, obscuring myself behind the brambles. Their red and rust-colored hides are different than I remember, their wide, swooping horns almost more intimidating. But I still take in the familiar scent. They are Tara, and they are still delicious. At first I check for mortals who might be watching their pens and pastures. Then I realize that they couldn't stop me even if they tried, and that I'm the beast they tell horror stories about. I dip and dive forward through the bushes, leaping toward a Tara before it can think to protest. The others scramble and panic, but they'll have their turn too. I take my fangs to their udders and bite down, greedily slurping down their milk. As my body grows in strength, so do my memories. I've been awake before, not too long ago. I saw the realm in a similar state, where the gods had long since abandoned it, preferring to watch its ruination from afar. Biting down deeper, then devouring the entirety of the organ, I remember reaping a being not far from here. The pastures were far more primitive then, and I didn't see the same interior light pooling out from within the buildings. Sadly, the same wickedness does not permeate through the air here. In fact, probing deeper, I feel nothing at all. No darkness, no light. I take the succulent nipple in my mouth, then proceed to bite through the stomach, feeling viscera and blood pour down on my face. I wonder what it must be like, to be a Tara watching another member of your herd be eaten alive. Don't worry, fair creatures, I say, through a grin, not bothering to wipe the blood from my teeth. You will not face this indignity much longer. I bite through Tara after Tara, and every bite seems to bring with it a new recollection. At this point, I'm certain it's been several centuries since I last awakened. I wonder whether, in feeding on their flesh, I'm also absorbing their memories, or if they're awakening my dormant past. Hey, what are you doing? I shift my head to smile. Standing before me, and now shutting the gate door closed, is a portly-looking dark elf with unwavering exhaustion, whose hands nervously crest the handle of a dulled sword. His soul isn't as dark as I would hope, but perhaps I could grant him mercy today. I can see the toll that living has taken on him. Tell me, I say casually. I stand on 2 feet, bringing myself to full height before him. He buckles and falls backward against the fenced enclosure. What are you? He stutters. He fights through fits of stammering, unable to compose himself. I approach him slowly, looking out over the surrounding area. There's nobody here to interrupt us. He lives alone on this farm. His only company is the Tara I consumed. For miles, he's surrounded by forests. Do you enjoy living? Or would you like me to relieve you of the experience? His eyes widen as he looks up at my face. What kind of question is that? A rather basic one, I would hope, he thinks. Well, What I'd really like is for you to give me my Tara back, he says. I chuckle and I can sense his uneasiness. I'm sorry. It's a little late for the Tara, I remind him. But they were delicious, and their blood will go toward the creation of a new world. He falls even further back against the pen, his eyes now scanning the farm in horror. That's good. Yes, they were delicious, thank you. I remember now how much I love Tara. He hesitates. A moment of silence passes between us. Are you going to kill me? I won't if you don't want me to. I'd rather you didn't. But even from here I can sense the sadness in his heart. It's not livestock that he's mourning. It's something else entirely. Very well, I tell him. Then I won't kill you. He says nothing else as I leave, closing the gate casually behind myself. But if you change your mind, I'll be listening. Is this a dream? He speaks to nobody as by the time he comes to his senses, I am already gone, his voice trailing me in the wind. Perhaps if it helps him, I'll let him think that. I rush through the forests, devouring beast after beast. My appetite feels insatiable to me, with every bite only driving me further toward a different kind of hunger. I know there will come a point when my mission feels ready for my taking, and I can again feed on the corrupt dreams and deeds of sentient mortals. But that time isn't now. First, I must feast. The drip here are saltier than I remember, but their dryness is pleasing to my tongue, and eating them almost invokes feelings of nostalgia. I find them scattered through the forests, spread around by the coming storms. Eating through the coats of thistle has become difficult, and though their meat is quite savory, I resolve to leave them for less selective predators. The villages and settlements linger on the horizon, enticing me with their darkness. Soon I will join them, to rid them of their infections and satisfy the deeper hunger within me. Just as I can hear the screams of the persecutors, whose souls are tar black, I can feel the pleas of the oppressed, who think their wishes go unheard. But there's something inexplicable that burns deep within me. It's not a hunger for flesh or darkness. I can't satisfy it by filling my stomach or devouring the wicked. I'm not sure what will satisfy this intangible craving. For now I prowl through the forest, filling this body with everything I can find, and stalking the beasts that will enable my purpose. The chilly evening air breathes lightly on me, reassuring me of my mission while hardening my resolve.
Chapter 3. Annette. There has to be something. I push aside a large leaf, then step through more branches, careful not to scratch myself or ruin my dress. As much as leaving home devastates me, at least I get to be in the forest again, walking beneath the trees and crawling through their prickly intersections. This really takes me back to simpler times. The forest is still and quiet around me. There's an eerie tranquility to the scene that is chillingly beautiful. Pale moonlight pours down from overhead, and parvo birds fly erratically through the branches, chirping wildly. But as I prowl onward, finally finding the first hints of a clearing, I realise that the parvos aren't enjoying the splendour of the moonlit forest. If anything, they seem panicked. When the first scents of iron reach my nostrils, mixed with a foul smell unlike anything I've ever perceived, I realise that something must be very wrong. At first, I tried subtle questions to try to confirm Malara's killer, using my skills of deception to try to weasel out an answer before I had to leave. But an instinct led me into this forest, and because I felt like I was running out of solutions, I decided to follow that instinct. And it seems, as I retch and try to prevent myself from heaving from the scent, that my instinct was right. What I smell is certainly blood, freshly spilled and mixed with some other agent. My mind turns toward victory. It feels nearly within my grasp. I imagine the council's faces when I reveal their true killer. I imagine the satisfaction of knowing that I prevented more pointless deaths. But it somehow feels too easy. I follow the smell as best I can, trying to settle the contents of my stomach. The smell feels deliberately repulsive, as though designed to ward off people like me. The closer I am to the smell's source, the more difficult it becomes to focus. The clearing opens further, and as I get a wider view of the forest when turning the corner, I see a trail of sleeping animals lying still under the moonlight. The strangest thing is that it's not a uniform arrangement of creatures, so I know that I haven't discovered a pack. Creatures that naturally prey on each other are all aligned following the trees and the natural features of the landscape. Also, my steps are not terribly silent. I wonder why so many creatures haven't been jostled awake by my approach. I let my eye line follow the path of creatures and realise that the creatures at the farthest end away from me are mangled beyond recognition. Here the creatures look at peace and could easily be sleeping, but several dozen feet away I see guts splayed open and blood splatters on the forest soil. The beautiful tranquility of the evening light in the grove is almost an affront, betraying the violent acts I'm now seeing second-hand. I need to run away. I argue with myself about why I don't sprint in the opposite direction, accepting my exile and moving on. Whatever killed all these creatures is beyond my power or my understanding. But then I remember the shame I experienced when I left Malara, and my fists ball up until my knuckles are white. I need to investigate this if I want any chance of regaining my life. Taking several hesitant steps, I lean over the day closest to me and begin to take a whiff. My mouth and my stomach burn all at once. As I figured, this was the source of the smell and probably also what terrified the pavos. My eyes watering, I reach my hand down to the ground, finding a single droplet of day blood that I collect on my fingertip. Given that I don't know what attacked these creatures, it could be very risky, but I don't have much choice. I bring it to the side of my nose, letting magical heat sear through my skin as 2 words escape my mouth, and the smell is gone. To most, it's a mere party trick, but I'm glad to see one of my spells paying off. Leaning down into the soil, I begin matting around the fur, looking to understand how these creatures died. In the day, I find no puncture wounds, but as I reach around, feeling the day's stomach, a drop of black ichor-like substance grazes my finger. It burns. Kicking the dye over suddenly, its cold body hitting the ground with a thud, I find a pool of tar-like liquid covering the dye's front. But there's something else that escaped my recognition. As I move my hand around the dye, feeling its muscles and skin, I push down lightly, and the skin nearly falls inward. There's no blood in this creature, save for the stray droplet on the ground. Whatever killed this animal, and the many lining the path, progressed from mangling the corpses to removing all the fluids entirely. My mind turns back to the council and what they told me about the killer. Dritz's unsettling voice fills my mind. Torn apart, flayed open, burned, the moisture sucked out of every orifice of their bodies. This must be the killer. Aside from the burnings, this matches their gruesome depictions perfectly. Perhaps if I can take a sample of this ichor, I can determine an identity and start proving my innocence. But I need to act fast, lest the trail run cold. Spurring myself into motion, I try to think of what spells I know that could help me here. I have a spell that can trace an object's history, but it's risky, and I've never succeeded in casting it. Also, that spell isn't necessarily designed for living matter. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes, letting my mind try to remember the images from the pages of my studies. My books are miles away, and I don't feel comfortable leaving this scene. When I think I have a memory of the page, with its numerous cautionary scribblings and disturbing images, I open my eyes, trying to hold the image in my mind. My hands rummage through my rucksack, finding a silver dagger. The blade cuts me as my finger discovers it, and I now note that my bag contains several drops of my own blood, but not from the right part of my body. I look at the silver dagger closely, turning it around in my hands. Not yet, I tell myself. That needs to be the final step. First, I take a vial out of my pack and do my best to put a drop of the ichor inside of it, without getting it on my hands. It doesn't seem like a big enough sample. Then I settle on taking out a pair of leather gloves and moistening the ichor with my canteen so that I can gather more of it. The ichor is goopy, but easier to collect. I rustle around the forest until I find the right kind of poisonous berries, putting 10 of them in a pouch. Their blue-green coloration is well hidden among the forest, blending in almost perfectly with the leaves. Finally, I grab a pouch of silvery powder, which was very expensive and hard to find, out of my bag, as well as a mortar and pestle. I mash the berries in together with the powder, driving the pestle through counterclockwise. I sigh, looking at the bowl in front of me and the dagger at my side. Here goes nothing, I guess. If I mess this up, I will die. There are no questions in my mind. My memory of the skulls on the page explicitly calls it out. I almost talk myself out of it before I remember the scowls of the dark elves in Lowtown. I run my hands along my cheek, still slightly sticky from residual Tisret juices. With no more hesitation, I bring the concoction up to my mouth and swallow it, tipping the mortar up as I tilt my head backward. I start to gasp as the powder fills me up and my throat starts to close, already irritated from the poison. I pick up the dagger, gathering what little strength my failing body has left, and pour the vial back into the mortar before taking the dagger and carving gently into my side, attempting to hold the mortar against my stomach. A trickle of blood pours out from me, and the goopy magical gel congeals with the ichor in the bowl, blending as steam rises out of it. My vision blurs, my strength leaving me. There's still one step, one healing word reserved exclusively for this spell that undoes the damage of the poison and seals the wound, and I can't remember it. I can feel myself about to collapse onto the ground, about to be overtaken by either poison or blood loss. The forest grows hazy around me, and memories play through my mind of climbing trees as a child. On one occasion, I climbed to the top of the tallest tree in the forest. I was so proud. I thought I might be able to impress somebody into being my friend. Doubt overtook me when I remembered that I was alone, regardless of how many times I tried to prove my value. I wasn't going to suddenly change anybody's mind by becoming an expert tree climber. My hand slipped, and I fell to the cold ground below, before waking up in a hut filled with steam. That's where I first read the spell, in a book beside the bed I woke up in. Haveernik! I gasp as the air returns to my lungs and my body snaps awake. Knowledge fills my mind, coming from an indeterminate source. It enters me as though it is familiar knowledge I've known all along. The ichor I found is demonic, coming from an ancient being. It was left here 30 minutes ago. I squint as a hazy green fog enters my vision, seemingly leading me to the source. This is my one chance to prove my name. Whatever foul creature committed these heinous acts doesn't care for the sanctity of life, and certainly doesn't care about my well-being. Despite every instinct, I need to be as cruel as the worst dark elf, showing no mercy. I need to fight with everything in me. I follow the foggy path deep into the woods, unsure of what to expect. If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine. Chapter 4. Rook. The chilly night air carries the musky scent of my prey on the breeze, a fair-sized drek that should satiate nicely. I stalk through the moonlit forest, leaves and twigs silent under my centuries' practiced steps. The trees part ahead in a misty glade, shafts of silver moonlight illuminating a towering beast at its center. It bows its regal head, antlers lowered as it grazes, oblivious to the predator approaching for the kill. Crouched low, I creep forward with lethal grace, every sense trained on my prize. Saliva pools in my mouth as I envision the satisfaction of the hunt fulfilled. Just a few more silent steps and I will be upon it. But then it hits me, a subtle pulse of magic shimmering through the glade. I freeze, attuning my senses. Movement lurks at the far edge of the clearing. A human woman, I realize, watching me intently. What catches my eye is the flash of fiery hair half hidden behind a mossy stump. A little witch with the audacity to interrupt my hunt. I should rip her apart where she cowers, but better to let her make the first move and fail. Toying with her could prove an entertaining sport. I turn back to my prey, its earthy musk flooding my senses. The promise of its warm lifeblood is tantalizingly close. I circle wide, approaching downwind, my passage undetected. Crouched low, I glide between moon-cast shadows. My prey remains focused on grazing, unaware of the silent predator nearing. Let it live its final moments in peace. Soon its life shall sustain me. Once in position, I apply paralytic oil to each claw, readying my deadly dose. I flex my talons eagerly, then creep forward with precision. At the critical moment, I leap, sailing through chilled air to land atop the beast's back. My claws pierce deep, seeking its veins as I deliver the venom. It bucks wildly, but my grip holds firm. The paralysis takes swift effect. I bare my fangs in victory as the beast collapses beneath me. But before claiming my prize, the witch remains to be addressed. I turn to her with a menacing glare. "Vile creature," she cries out. "Why are you here?" "Oh, sweet little field mouse, I must tell you, incurring my wrath would not be wise." I laugh, turning back to my prey. She should not be foolish enough to question a demon. A subtle shift in atmospheric density comes next. She's casting. After centuries of slumber, I welcome the chance to stretch my legs, to play with my food. I zip behind her, peering over her shoulder. She doesn't even notice my sudden movement. "Atrocious evocation," I chide, lazily tracing a sigil and finishing her spell, a flaming circle burning around her feet. She yelps and tries in vain to stamp it out before I extinguish it with a casual snap. "Come on now. You're going to get yourself killed casting like that." She throws another blast of energy my way, which I lazily sidestep. I smirk as she glares at me petulantly. "Well, that was nearly a proper conjuring," I taunt, slowly clapping my hands. "Where did you even learn that? Let me show you. Start in Form 1. "I don't want to learn the tricks of a demon. Go back to wherever you came from and leave us be." She thrusts her glowing palms toward me, shooting a sizzling bolt of mystical flame. With a yawn and a stretch, I dodge, feeling the white-hot flame sizzle past me. "I speak only truths, witch," I taunt as I nimbly evade another of her mystical attacks. "You wield stolen magic against its rightful masters." "I serve for goodness," she shouts in defiance, assaulting me with wild bolts of fire. "Yet you hide from your own kind, knowing the truth in their fears." She tries the spell again, putting emphasis on the wrong syllable. "Clumsy," I chide, grinning wickedly as her little spell fizzles out. Frustrated, she gestures, mystical bindings racing toward me, and I only barely need to step out of the way. "Poorly aimed," I cluck, wagging a scolding claw. Her lips peel back in a snarl as I easily avoid every attempt to harm me. I'm quite familiar with humans, but something about this one's fiery spirit in the face of something that should terrify her intrigues me. She really is quite beautiful for a human, and if she wasn't focused on wanting me dead, I might even take the time to be captivated. She continues attacking, her vigor never fading, though she must be growing tired, Each near miss, each failed ensnarement fuels her anger, and her anger clouds her focus. "You can't run from me forever!" the witch proclaims, readying another volley. "On the contrary," I reply calmly. "I know your limitations all too well." With a feral roar, she launches her most powerful assault yet, but her rage has made her predictable. I weave and dodge her attacks, moving faster than her weak human eyes can track. But she is quicker than expected, anticipating my motions. A blast grazes my arm. I hiss as the flesh sizzles. Pain stokes my fury. Enough evasion. It is time to crush this insect. I lunge straight for her, claws outstretched. But where I anticipated fragile human flesh, my hands smash against an invisible barrier, her energy shield shattering on contact. I leap back, snarling. "Impressive. But we both know you only delay the inevitable. Surrender now, and I will make your punishment quick. But annoy me further, and I will take my time." She steels her nerves, glaring at me with stubborn defiance. "I will see you destroyed, vile creature!" She begins chanting an incantation, her hands tracing arcane symbols that glow with power. A last desperate gamble. Amused by her fruitless defiance, I watch her cast. She sweeps her arms in mystical gestures, continuing her arcane assault, and I shake my head in disapproval. "You're going to burn yourself to a crisp if you keep going at this rate." Searing ribbons of light crisscross the glade toward me. I roll and twist past them, the beams scorching the earth where I stood moments before. Then her spells fizzle out entirely, and she collapses to her knees, whimpering and cradling her seared flesh. The pungent odor of burnt skin wafts in the air. She has exceeded her limits. Now the true lesson begins. I stride casually through the lingering haze and crouch before my cringing prey, clucking my tongue. Reckless, foolish little field mouse. Now what have we learned about meddling with forces beyond our control? The witch glares at me defiantly through pained tears. With lightning speed, I grip her chin, tilting her head up to meet my fiery gaze. "I asked you a question, little one. I expect an answer." I won't stop fighting you," she grounds out between gritted teeth. She gestures sharply, an arcane ring of fire blazing up around me. I slam against the mystical barrier in a shower of sparks, stunned that this dainty creature has temporarily bested me. Perhaps she's both beauty and brains.
Chapter 5. Annette. The demon snarls as the mystical flames spring up, encircling him in a cage of fire. But I did it, in theory at least. Relief and pride wells up within me as he hisses against the warding spell. Perhaps I am not so powerless after all. Yet as I gaze upon the captured demon, he does not cower or rage against the bars. Instead, he prowls the circumference of the flaming prison, studying it with an intensity. No, an interest. He looks more amused than afraid. His otherworldly curiosity sends a chill down my spine. He does not seem like a creature that considers himself bested. The fire illuminates the cords of muscle rippling as he tests the magical boundaries. As I gaze upon the encaged creature, I'm taken aback by his sheer size and presence. His torso ripples with muscular power, arms thick as a shack trunk. His red eyes glow menacingly, so alien and otherworldly. He slowly, languidly appraises me, and suddenly I feel much less the captor than the prey. He's like a wild beast pacing before me, taking his sweet time, noticing the slit up my skirt, the curve of my hip, no doubt the meat on my thighs. I'm not a piece of meat. But aren't you? He grins, bearing rows of sharp, jagged fangs for devouring flesh. Yet he seems endlessly amused by it all. He's toying with me. I steel my nerves. "Surrender and promise to leave," I shout, desperate to keep my voice from shaking. "I've defeated you." The demonic hell beast throws back his head with a grating, bassy, booming laugh that chills my blood. "Defeated me?" His voice rumbles deeply. "You prolong the inevitable, witch." He grips the flaming bars, ignoring the sizzling burns. I gesture, tightening the mystic bounds, but still he stands tall. Sweat drips down my temple as I strain to maintain the spell. The demon meets my eyes, grinning wickedly. Release me now, and I'll go easy on you. His hands continue to sizzle. Impossible. But I refuse to show fear. I am here as a protector of the innocent. People have died at his hands, of that I am sure. I will never set you free, monster. Yet even as I boldly defy him, doubt gnaws within me. What happens if my power fails me? You are now under my control. Under your control, little witch? He grins at me, all sharp fangs and menace. You amuse me with your audacity, but my patience will wear thin far before your jokes. I sweep my hands to reinforce the enchantment, but the demon remains unfazed, a smug smirk on his face. Release me now, he rumbles, or you have no idea of the world of punishment you will receive. I will never set you free. I answer back, my defiance sounding hollow even to my own ears. The demon's red eyes spark with something more like intrigue than anger. You are under my control, foul demon. I shall enjoy making your death slow and agonizing. He grips the flaming bars harder, the scent of scorched flesh wafting as he easily withstands the pain. I suppress a shudder. Tell me, little one, what exactly do you know of my kind? His claws trail tauntingly down the crackling mystical wall of the cage. My heart hammers, but I stand firm, desperately pouring all my magic into maintaining my spell, hoping it will hold this beast at bay. Do you know what I could do to a little piece of meat like you? With a demonic roar, he flexes his muscular frame, and the fiery cage surrounding him explodes into wisps of smoke. I'm blasted back by a shockwave of energy, all my magic extinguished in an instant. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. Dazed, I look up to see the massive demon looming over me, eyes ablaze. He extends a clawed hand as mystic energy crackles around it. I scream as lightning-like tendrils envelop me, and I writhe helplessly in the clutches of his demonic power. It feels like an eternity before he withdraws the energy, leaving me panting at his feet. I look up to see his fanged grin as he towers over my battered form. This is the end. I clench my eyes shut and await the final agonizing blow, accepting it with as much honor as I can muster. But the expected blow never comes. Instead, clawed hands close around my arms and yank me roughly to my feet. I cry out in fear and humiliation as he easily lifts me, struggling uselessly in his granite grip. Powerless, I meet the demon's burning gaze. His fiery eyes seem to pierce my very soul, peering through flesh and bone. I shiver as a grating chuckle escapes his fanged maw. You are no witch, he rumbles, merely a human playing with powers beyond her meagre comprehension. He brings his face closer to mine, sniffing at my hair and skin. I shudder, avoiding his intense demonic stare. Will he torment me further before finally killing me? Please, I whisper hoarsely. Let me go. I trail off as his red eyes narrow, seeming to judge my spirit. Perhaps I will let you live, little witch, the demon muses, dangling me effortlessly before him as if I weigh nothing. If you tell me what a frail little thing like you is doing all alone out here, and what foolish thoughts led you to attack me. I dangle helplessly in his iron grip, trembling at his claws so close to my vulnerable flesh. I had no choice, I stammer. My village exiled me, accused me of witchcraft. I fled here, to the forest. Then the killing started. I thought it was you. I hang my head, ashamed of my reckless arrogance. The demon tilts his head, contemplating my words. And so you tracked me down, thinking you could be the hero? He chuckles. Foolish girl. He brings me nearer, again sniffing at my hair. I shudder as his nose trails up my neck. Please! I whimper, hating my weakness. Perhaps I was mistaken about you, he muses. You are not wholly without warrant. To my shock, he sets me down gently. I stand trembling before him, not daring to run. Tell me, little cockroach, about your magical abilities, he commands. Where did you learn the forbidden arts? Don't call me that, I bristle, swallowing nervously, my tongue once again getting ahead of my thoughts. I've always had some magic for as long as I can remember. When my emotions run high, it grows stronger, but I can't control it very well. The demon nods contemplatively as I try to hide the burns going up my arm. If you do not like cockroach, what should I call you? My name is Annette. Annette. The name is unassuming but charming. It suits her. What is your name? She asks uneasily, as if she is not sure she wants an answer. Rook, I tell her simply. Raw talent alone does not grant such skills. You must have received some training. Well, I may have found some spellbooks hidden away in the village archives. I taught myself what I could in secret. The demon throws back his head with a grating laugh. Resourceful of you. Dangerous and foolish, but resourceful, nonetheless. Though clearly your training remains lacking. I blush furiously. He gestures at the scorched ground where my fiery cage had been. The incantations. Where did you learn them? I told you, from the forbidden books, I admit. I've always had a knack for remembering spells. I demonstrate by whispering an incantation and conjuring a swirl of mist in my palms. The demon peers closer, seemingly impressed. Strong potential, but little discipline. Should you live, which I highly doubt you will, I would very much like to see more. So you're going to kill me? I try to keep my voice calm as I ask the question. He pulls back, and his red eyes almost look surprised. Kill you? Do you think you deserve to die? No, I don't intend to kill you. I just don't think the whims of nature will be as merciful as me, and you seem a bit too reckless to manage them successfully. I humph, crossing my arms. Then, with as much dignity as I can muster, I set about collecting my belongings scattered around the area, keeping one wary eye on the demon. He makes no move to stop me. He just keeps that same burning and curious look as if weighing everything about me. Slinging my bag over my shoulder, I turn and walk steadily into the woods without looking back. My heart pounds, expecting an attack at any moment, but it never comes. Once I'm a safe distance away, I finally stop and lean against a tree, breathing hard. I made it. But next time, I will be better prepared before facing that arrogant beast again. As I make my way back through the dim forest, my thoughts keep returning to the strange demon who spared my life. He was nothing like the vicious, bloodthirsty monsters from childhood stories and warnings. Smug and full of himself, yes, but he restrained his hand against the human who attacked him. And for what? There's more complexity to him than I expected. Perhaps beneath the layers of predatory instincts, cruel amusement, and haughty pride, there lay some glimmer of conscious thought, even principles. I find myself wondering what existence is like for one such as him, feared and condemned for his very nature. In a small way, it mirrors my own banishment for having powers I did not ask for. Could there be some capacity for empathy or compassion lurking within the demon? Or do I only see what I wish to, a kindred spirit? For now, he remains a dangerous enigma, but perhaps not an irredeemable one.
Chapter 6. Rook. I find myself drawn to follow the human girl in the days after our battle. She persists in wandering the woods, seeking her unknown foe. A fruitless errand that will only lead her to peril, yet she does not abandon it. She possesses no real skills for survival. Her meager attempts at foraging often leave her hungry. When night falls, She shivers in whatever crude shelter she can assemble until dawn. Yet never does she turn to vengeance against those who cast her out. Shouts and cries draw my attention. Investigating, I find her defending a wagon from a couple of lowly bandits. She stumbles her first spell and outright misses her second. A curious creature indeed. "This is where you die then, little one," I muse to myself, watching in morbid curiosity. Yet despite all odds, she remains resolute. Recklessly resolute, but resolute nonetheless, managing to conjure what I assume is supposed to be a fireball. After taking one bandit out, the other scurries off. I watch, my lips twisting into a smile, impressed by her courage at least. But the elvish farmer emerges, shaken and enraged. "You witch!" he shouts, jabbing an accusatory finger. "You've cursed this land! My crops are ruined! And bandits and brigadiers right outside our door! Curse you, wretched demon-kissing bitch!" Annette remains stoic throughout his tirade of blame. She has saved this wretch from harm, nearly at the cost of herself, yet he vilifies her for troubles beyond her making. As the rocks and stones he throws at her bounce harmlessly off her pathetic energy shield, it's apparent the words are passing right through, attacking her soft human mind. She turns silently away as he continues to berate her. She looks sad, and something warm twists in my gut. I consider pursuing and removing this peasant's spiteful tongue. This strange creature has grown on me the longer that I watch her, and I find myself wanting to protect her from him. But Annette would not approve of violence on her behalf, I'm sure. Her capacity for forgiveness astounds me. Among demons, such insults would be met with swift, brutal retribution. I find myself reflecting on the nuances that separate our kinds. She continues surprising me. A storm rolls in an hour later, the skies unleashing driving sheets of rain. The frail human huddles beneath a tree, drenched and trembling. Watching her, a strange sensation stirs within my chest that I cannot name. She is weak and helpless, but determined. I find myself moving before realizing it, using my powers to shield her from the worst of the storm's fury. She starts at the magical barrier suddenly surrounding her, then glances about warily. I remain concealed in the shadows where I belong. The rain eventually passes. She moves on, oblivious to my aid. I tell myself it was only impulse, nothing more. A minor amusement. I have other matters to attend to. But still, I wonder if our paths will cross again. I can't hope but help they will, even if I have to arrange it myself. I want more of her, even if I can't justify why, not even to myself. I push aside thoughts of the pathetic little thing, turning my focus instead to the relentless craving that drives my kind, the thirst for dark souls. It has been too long since I properly fed the darkness within me. At first I watched the villagers with clinical detachment, sensing the shifts between light and shadow within their spirits. But as the night deepens, a slow rage simmers inside me. The more I focus on individuals in the crowd, the more darkness I uncover beneath their convivial facades. Their souls are choked with weeds of envy, pride, cruelty, and 100 other sins. There, a widowed seamstress whispers calumnies against her neighbors. A boy tortures beetles while his mother's back is turned. Merchants cheat customers with faulty scales and watered ale. Deeper I look and see the blackened souls of spousal abusers, false pietists, and cowards who stood by in silence while innocents suffered. High and low, this village is a breeding ground of the wicked. Of all the wretched souls in this cesspool, one in particular draws my burning gaze. It's a crooked alchemist peddling protective tinctures and charms, lining his pockets with the savings of the poor and desperate. Tonight, he hawks a foul concoction to a frightened young mother, claiming it will save her unborn baby from witchcraft. A cruel lie, for his worthless brew has already caused dozens of stillbirths and miscarriages when consumed by anxious mothers. The alchemist calmly takes the woman's coins and sends her away with false hope in a pretty bottle. He will move on before his fraud is discovered, leaving only tragedy in his wake. Beneath his kindly facade, I see the ugly truth. I recognize a gnarled soul drunk on greed, indifferent to the suffering spawned by his avarice. He is the embodiment of everything that enrages me about these people. My claws dig furrows in the earth as the urge to rend and purge rises within me. How can so many wear kindly smiles while nursing such darkness in their breasts? They do not deserve the gift of life. With effort, I restrain my fury. I time my strike carefully, waiting until he has concluded his transactions for the day. My window to act undetected is short, but more than sufficient. I follow him home. He has no idea. Just another score. It's hard to stop myself from taking him in the street. I race ahead to his home. Silent as smoke, I drift through the darkened streets, unseen by the few night wanderers still awake at this hour. He keeps no guard dogs or protective wards, overconfident in his safety amidst the very people he lies to. His hubris shall be his undoing. At his locked door, I extend a single talon, drawing a precise sigil of opening upon the wood. The magical lock clicks obediently, the enchantment designed to repel human intruders, but feeble against demonic power. Inside, I glide from room to room, selecting the ideal location to conduct my work. The study, with its vials and bundles of dangerous concoctions, shall make for an exquisite backdrop when the body is found. Settling into a shadowed corner, I wait, breathing slowly and steadily despite the eagerness singing in my veins. Soon my prey shall arrive, never expecting the predator that has crept unbidden into his lair this night. I lick my fangs in anticipation. Justice shall be rich tonight. At last I hear the shuffling footsteps and muttered curses that herald the alchemist's return. The door creaks open and he enters, not even glancing toward my darkened corner. He's too self-absorbed in tallying the day's profits to notice the silent predator already lying in wait. I let him shuffle halfway across the room before stepping from the shadows. Long day peddling false hope. He whirls, eyes bulging, and stumbles back. Who's there? His gaze darts wildly about before finally settling on my imposing form. I grin, baring my fangs. What? What are you? He gasps. Beads of sweat stand out on his brow, but he is transfixed by fear rather than fleeing. I stalk closer, claws clicking on the wooden floorboards. I am your reckoning, mortal charlatan. I have witnessed your sins against the innocent, and tonight you will pay. He shakes his head frantically, still backing away. No, I've done nothing wrong. I provide helpful folk remedies, that's all. Please, don't hurt me. His pathetic sniveling both disgusts and amuses me. Does he truly think he can evade justice with such feeble lies? I flex my claws, ready to get to work. Oh, this will hurt a great deal. The hunger inside me grows ravenous, primal, demanding to be sated. This wretched human soul calls to my demonic palate, the flavors of greed and malice irresistible. His pleas turn to shrieks of agony as I fall upon him, pinning his flailing body beneath my greater strength. My claws tear through cloth and flesh with savage precision, opening up lethal wounds that stain the floor crimson. I relish his terror, the darkness within me feasting as life rapidly flows out in hot spurts. With my jaws, I rip his lying tongue out by the roots, silencing him forever. As the final beats of his heart arrive, I extend my senses to their full demonic reach. There, beneath the cringing mortal shell, is the dark, contorted soul I truly crave. I open my maw impossibly wide and suck forth his wretched essence, devouring his corrupting malice and deceit. The last light fades from his eyes as I consume the final drop of his spirit. It sears deliciously down my throat. His crimes were many, but now his punishment is complete. Justice served. I retract my blood-soaked claws and study my gruesome handiwork. None who discover it will mourn. This cadaver is merely the hollow reminder of a soul already sentenced and executed tonight. Balance is restored.
Chapter 7. Okay, you can do this, I whisper to myself. In front of me, the city gates burn with midnight flame, but the guards still haven't left. At night, the village should be warded, so that the guards can find sleep. Clearly, that's not the case tonight. Malara must be on high alert. This is unreasonable, one of the guards says to himself. His eyes are forced open through misguided determination, body staggering. It's the job, Grey, the other guard posted across from him says. If you want me to tell the council you're not up to the task, maybe we can have you moved. I sidle closer, concealing myself behind a bushel near the town entrance. Please don't, Grey says. The other guard sighs. When the killings stop, maybe they'll ease up. I try to remember why, on the cusp of my exile, I now find myself at the gates of a village that could have put me to death. I still feel like I haven't found anything for a solid case. Among the elves and humans in Malara, few would believe that the one responsible for so many macabre deaths was a demon. Even elves, who give plenty of attention to superstition, have trouble believing in demons laid to rest beneath Protheka. These are creatures of fiction, not beings who manifest their wills in the realm. I'd have better luck claiming somebody on the council committed the murders. I chuckle to myself before ducking sideways to get a better view of the front gates. Both dark elves watching the gates are seemingly gone, and the town gate is wide open. How I didn't see or hear them leave is beyond me. I feel my eyebrow raise. No, I whisper. Surely not. I crawl out from behind the bushel, turning to watch the gates one more time. There's a very good chance they just walked away and are currently returning to their posts. Suddenly the two guards are standing at the city gates again, and I rub my eyes in disbelief. I am easily within sight of them, and my gut tells me to duck. But instead, I stand up and begin casually walking toward the gates, where the two dark elf guards stand watch. Gonna put your feet up when you get home? One of the guards asks the other. Yeah, just got to get through another shift. Can't believe what they're asking of us, Grey says. I squint in confusion. I've seen this before, I say aloud. As I approach, the two guards show no signs of recognizing me. I stand close to one and bring my hand toward the guard's torso. And as I suspected, I nearly fall through as my hand fails to connect with the programmed illusion. But surely, I say aloud, they're not just leaving an illusion to guard their city. I move around the walls of the city, finding no signs of wards or alarms. If this is the best Malara has to offer, they must be really losing touch. I return to the city entrance and stride between the eyes, closing my eyes as I anticipate some hidden alarm or ward that I failed to recognize. But nothing. Before me is a seemingly empty, dark city, completely devoid of any presence. I say to myself. As I find my way to the council hall, ducking behind houses as I find the occasional midnight straggler, I think about how badly I failed. I might be out here looking for proof of the killer, but I know what I saw in the forest. That creature, whatever demonic presence he might be, was clearly responsible for the killings. But I don't know that, I whisper to myself, a shred of doubt still crossing my mind. He didn't seem altogether malicious, despite the very nature of what he was. In fact, once we got past our initial confrontation and began talking, he actually seemed kind of nice. I reached the council hall, putting all thoughts of guilt and regret out of my mind. Even if I could have brought him in and convinced the elves that a demon was responsible for Malara's deaths, I had no way of subduing him. I did everything I could. Outside the council hall, a single solitary guard stands watch, a torch burning brightly in his outstretched hand. Illusion? I don't know what comes over me as I speak aloud, my voice barely a whisper. What was that? Who goes there? The dark elf leaves his post, moving toward the sound of my voice. I silently curse my imprudence, scrambling to find some place to hide. If I'm discovered, there's no mercy about it. Via Malara's own bylaws, I will be put to death as an exile breaching the city walls. There's a statue of Goran, whose stone Karasu perches on the statue's arm, but it's far too obvious. There's a spell I think I remember, but it only lasts a few seconds, and it would leave me slow and exhausted. I sprint quietly away, hiding behind a nearby market stall. Carefully, I try to control my breathing as I see the guard's feet enter my vision. But I realise that I'm far too loud, and his face enters my vision, peering out over the top of the stall. I run through options about how I might take out this dark elf, despite everything I've ever vowed when the situation immediately changes. "Hey, Grey," a nearby dark elven voice says from a distance. "We found another cold one." What? Who was it? I hear their footsteps patter as the actual body of Grey and the other guard dash away, clearly looking into the site of a murder. With this much disturbance, things are bound to escalate fast. I get my bearings, bringing myself to full height before rounding the corner toward the council hall. It's eerie, being here in the evening. As I breach the front arch, noting the fruit that remains lying on the ground, I move as silently as possible, determined not to cross any potential wards or traps. Dritz was always deeply paranoid, so it wouldn't surprise me if he took extra precautions. But to my surprise, as I scan every inch of the main room as expediently and thoroughly as possible, I find nothing. There are no stationed guards, and no unnecessary surprises. It almost feels too easy. I find a door on the side of the main room and turn the handle. I follow the stairwell up, getting a view of a door leading to an outside balcony and several rooms in a long hallway. From the balcony, I can hear the commotion outside escalating as seemingly some of the midnight stragglers discover the murder site. If I got caught now, it would be really bad. In the eyes of the council, I'm not sure how I could defend myself. The first room on the right is a bath chamber that doesn't look like it's been used in weeks. But the second of the 4 doors contains exactly what I'm looking for. Shelves and shelves line the walls of the large room, filled with books and scrolls. Along the walls are 5 desks, each belonging to one of the council members. They've got to have some sort of organisational system, I say to myself. My mind drifts back to the monster in the woods, and I try to flush the thoughts out of my mind because they make no sense to me. The lights outside aren't nearly bright enough, so against my better judgment, I cast a spell, and a small blue light flies from out of my fingers. If I were Murder Files, where would I be? I whisper. I can imagine Dritz coming in here and discovering me, even though I know he probably went to bed hours ago. I can see the smug smile on his face as I seem to confirm what he already thinks he knows. I sigh. He had a pretty detailed account of the murders, I whisper. Maybe he's got the files. I look over at the shelves beside his desk, rifling through scrolls and books about town censuses and dark elven histories. There are several tomes here too, but I know that if I take anything from the officers, they will know, and I'll only attract undue attention to myself. Finally, I give up on looking at the shelves. I lie my head down against the wood in defeat, the light moving with my eyeline. Outside, the commotion seems to be dying down, meaning that the elves will soon return to their stations. I know that now is the time to leave, and that if I don't go now, I'll miss my window. Hang on. It's spoken far too loudly for somebody who's supposed to be hiding. There, on Dritz's desk, is an open scroll among a pile of case scrolls. Some of the words are too gruesome for public records. I stride over to the open scroll, unravelling it on the desk. There, immediately before my eyes, is a detailed description of one of the murders and all of the associated information. On a surface glance, it all seems conventional. It's about as bloody and brutal as he described, and there's nothing that doesn't already confirm what I already suspect. Then I start looking at the names, and they seem familiar to me. Spryn Welbeck, Baron Afti. They're familiar to me because all of the names have a reputation within the community. Each name is either associated with the human slave trade or with deceiving and conning dark elves. In the former case, the names are dark elves, and in the latter, they're humans. Of course, the first is entirely forgivable and even encouraged by dark elven customs, but the second is a heinous offence to even elves. I think back on everything the creature in the forest told me. It's true that he didn't say anything to ease suspicion off of himself. He might have offered me mercy, proving himself not entirely sadistic, but the descriptions still match him perfectly. It no longer seems as important to question whether the creature is responsible for the killings. Instead, I shamefully start to question whether they might somehow better the world, even if he is behind them. I'm not sure, but I think I might need to find him again.
Chapter 8. Ruch. The forests have become strange and lonely to me. She had a particular scent. I try to remember it. It was enticing somehow. Sweet like berries, but still bitter on the tongue. I can seek her out whenever I want, and I've been watching her from afar. But as I tackle another dripper, eviscerating it in a more conventional way and savoring its meat and juices alike, I feel a strange longing I've never felt before, and that feeling perplexes me. I roam through the forest, shoveling into the ground with every impact of my claws. I need to fill myself up before I seek out a more satisfying meal. The beasts have started to flee upon seeing me. I like to imagine that the creatures of the forest interact with each other in some meaningful way, letting each other know of potential dangers. The thought of a rodent chittering out a manifesto to its peers does amuse me. Or perhaps they merely saw me devouring another creature and grew wise to my nature. Either way, the chase helps ease some of the repetition. Every moment I spend bounding through the forest, teasing the animals with the chance of potential escape, is another moment my mind is otherwise occupied. I lay out a neat pattern of carcasses in the middle of an unfamiliar grove, looking upon my work with satisfaction. The sigil isn't functional by any means, but I like to think I saw it somewhere on an archaic structure. In truth, I don't know why I've been awakened, even if I'm grateful. The days are satisfactory to my senses, but it's all become repetitive. I wish somebody would clue me in on my purpose so that I'm not blindly following another directive. The souls around me all resonate with a particular darkness, but I don't know what impact I'm having. My senses heighten, and I realize I'm not alone. I hear nearby footsteps in the background, approaching me stealthily, but not nearly quietly enough. The soul is not dark, but I'm never privy to the erratic natures of other beings. Clearly, there are many who would seek me out and judge me for my crimes, and they don't all carry the darkness of old. Crouching to my knees, I twist around, leaping toward my target, only to detect the sweet and bitter scent of a net in midair. But I'm far too late for correction. I knock her to the ground near one of my bestial victims. "Pleasant to see you too, I suppose," she says, grunting against my enormous weight. Without hesitation, I lift myself off of her, extending a claw toward her for support. She pushes herself up off the ground, refusing my hand. "Your tone has certainly changed," I growl. "What happened to condemning the infernal beast of the forest? Not here to vilify me again?" She sighs. "Actually, I came to apologize." I stand at full attention, refusing to let myself be swayed by her appeal. I remember the words she reserved for me. Those feelings don't simply dissolve after a good night's sleep. To her, I'm an evil, wicked being, not fit for sympathy or mercy. Though I'm beginning to enjoy her complicated nature, I'm not about to admit that her judgment of me is aggravating. I certainly won't tell her that I want her approval or her permission, because the truth is that I don't. I am what I am. It's no concern of mine if that horrifies her, even if it rattles something deep inside me when I think about it long enough. All I can do is not think about it, and remind myself that this silly human's opinion should mean nothing to me. I cross my arms. "That's interesting," I say, unable to keep the smile from crossing my mouth. She looks out at the line of animal corpses surrounding her. I can see her scrunching her nose, trying to keep from taking in the scent. Nice pile of corpses you have here, she says, trying pointlessly to humor me. It's not as though I don't enjoy her company. A part of me is glad to see her again. I just don't always actively enjoy being hunted and scorned. Actually, it's a sigil, I say. She purses her lips, moving around the animals. Ah, I see, she says. Millen's third purification rites. Nice choice. I nod, unwilling to give praise to her seemingly endless knowledge of magical trivia. That's a lot of animals, she says. Do you eat them all? I smile. My appetite is quite difficult to sate, I reply. Is there a problem with that? She chuckles nervously. No, I just worry you might wipe out the local animal population. So why did you come to apologize? I ask, not sure whether she was making a joke or a condemnation. Right. She looks out in the distance, away from the smell of rotting carcasses, before moving toward a typhy log. I want to stay where I am, not be led toward a potential trap, before I realize that she couldn't contain or weaken me if she tried. Not trying to trap me in another ring of sacred fire, are you? She seats herself on the log and I stand tall above her. No, she laughs. I just thought I might get away from the smell if that's okay. I figured as much. That's actually why I came to apologize, she finally replies. I was a little quick to attack, possibly a little brash, and I'm sorry for that. You're sorry? She nods enthusiastically. I take a moment to think. You don't need to be, I say. She glances up at me in confusion. I told you that I serve the light, so why wouldn't I apologize for attacking an innocent creature? In her eyes, I can see a naivety perfectly suited for her youth, but I can also see the true lack of ulterior motives. It's refreshing in a way I'm not sure how to process yet. She really came all this way to apologize to a demon. There's something strangely amusing and twisted about that. You came all this way to apologize to me, and I reject your apology, I say, unable to keep my composure at the disappointment on her face. But do me a favor. Her ears perk up. What's that? You came out here and attacked me because I was a demon. It caught me a bit off guard, but it was principled. And? I can feel the anger rising in her. There it is. The ferocity I've come to admire. I won't tolerate this sheepish, weak version of her. When you feel or believe something, you stick to that. There's too much cowardice in this realm. That cowardice creates delicious darkness. She mulls over my words, grabbing a nearby stick and making circles in the dirt. I can see, with some satisfaction, that she's actually drawing identical sigils to the one laid out before her. Only hers are more detailed and ornate than my own. Perhaps I'm being too hard on her. I reach out, laying a hand on her shoulder. I can feel her resisting the urge to shrug away, even as the warmth of touching her travels up my arm. I want to lean in closer, and she wants me nowhere near. The incongruency of both our desires is not lost on me. Don't get me wrong, she says. I'm still convinced you're the one responsible for the deaths. I don't move my claw, only holding firmer onto her shoulder. Oh, the killings perfectly match everything I've seen from you, she says, almost thinking aloud. The victims were drained and ripped apart in brutal ways, unlike anything I've ever seen from a dark elf or a human. I look down at her, fully engaging her gaze, and I smile. You sure do like to talk, I tell her. She smiles in response, but I can sense that it betrays her deeper motivations. You're awfully dodgy about it, she says. It would really ease my peace of mind if you'd just tell me. Are you killing the dark elves? And why would I tell you? I move my hand off of her shoulder and hang it at my side. You seem pretty well convinced that I've done it. And like I said, you should stick to your convictions. If I stick to my convictions, then I might have to fight you again. I show my teeth in response. I don't like being attacked unaware or having my meal interrupted, but the thought of sparring with her again does excite me for some reason. Not because I want to hurt her, but because I want to challenge her. I want to touch her. I I want to dominate her in a way that is somehow entirely different from all the beings I dominate on a regular basis. Maybe I don't want to dominate her at all. I don't want to defeat her, I realize. I just want her participation. If that's what you must do, then please do it. She brings her fingers up to her chin, lost in thought, then shakes her head. I'm not going to do that. And why not? If I'm a foul demon, then you, a witch who serves the light, must strike me down. She grins, taking a berry off of a nearby bushel. I sometimes use them in my toxins. I wouldn't eat that if I were you, I tell her. But before I can react, she takes out a satchel and puts the berry in her bag before grabbing another. It's not for eating. Odd. I don't sense any darkness in you, but here you are, putting poisonous berries in your rucksack. She pauses, still clutching another berry in her hand. You've taught me a valuable lesson, Rook. That you should strike me down rather than hide behind hypocrisies, I ask. She shakes her head. No. That the beings of this realm aren't always as they appear. I cross my arms. Such a remedial observation, suited less for a witch and more for a commoner. Care to explain? I'm a witch, hiding from legions of elves and men alike who want me dead for following inhuman practices. Correct. And you're a demon, set on killing and massacring nearly everything in your path, but only when you believe they really deserve it. I can't hide the glint of awareness that crosses my eye. I wonder if she notices it. Careful, I say. That sounds a bit like heresy. She laughs. Heresy is for zealots. Do I look like a zealot to you? I look her up and down. You looked a bit like one a couple of days ago. Witch of the Light. Your victims were all slave owners and conmen, she says, pointedly dodging my tangents. Even if you did kill all of them, and I have a hard time admitting this, I suppose I don't disagree with you. I smile, walking back toward the circle of corpses. Your theory has one hole in it, witch, I growl. And what's that? None of these animals did anything to deserve their deaths. I try to walk away from her, suddenly growing uncomfortable with the camaraderie, but I can hear her footsteps behind me. Oh, please, she says dismissively. Everybody has to eat.
Chapter 9. Annette. I follow Rook through the woods, wanting to see for myself what he is up to when he thinks I'm not around. I hang back, doing my best to stay hidden, though I'm not certain he truly has no idea I'm here. He's a demon, after all. I've been around dark elves my entire life, and I've seen how evil they can be, so I'm no stranger to the cruelness of non-humans. But I'd be lying if I said that a demon like Rook didn't terrify me a little bit. But he doesn't seem intent on causing me any harm, and I find myself unable to rest until I understand more about him. As I follow him, trying not to call attention to myself, his long white hair flows behind him, those little black horns poking through at the top of his head. His black leather armour helps him blend in with the shadows of the night, making me wish I had my own set. Suddenly, he whips his head in my direction, searching for me. Once he spots me, he does not look angry. Instead, he only puts a clawed finger up to his lips to signal that I need to be silent. For some reason I can't explain to myself, I feel something warm in my chest. It feels like approval, and why I would want the approval of a demon is something I don't even try to justify to myself. Still, those glowing red eyes narrow on me as I nod my agreement, and when he finally looks away, a shiver runs down my spine, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It's those eyes that scare me the most when it comes to him, and I'm not quite sure why that is. I mean, it's not like I haven't seen red eyes before. No, it's something else. Maybe it's the intensity with which he looks at me, like he's seeing something that I don't. Like he's looking into me, and I don't know what he will find. A noise sounds from up ahead. He stops, listening before walking closer. I follow him, ducking behind a tree when he stops. The sound of cruel laughter follows, and it's not coming from Rook. I hold my breath, trying to hear as best as I can. When Rook moves, so do I. When he stops, I stop. We follow this pattern as he stalks what appears to be a group of bandits. It's so dark that I can't fully make them out, but judging from the shape of them, I think they're dark elves. "Ooh, what do we have here?" one of them says. My blood runs cold, thinking that they caught me, but their voices are too far away for that to be possible. "Please, we're just passing through. We don't want any trouble," a male voice answers. "He looks scared," one of the bandits laughs. "Please, just leave us alone." "Ah, but what fun would that be?" "No, don't get any closer," the man begs. "Just take me, okay? Just take me and leave my wife and kids behind." High-pitched laughter screeches through the forest, making me cringe. How noble. But your bravery isn't going to save you now, my friend. In fact, you just made this game even more fun. How would you like to watch your little wife be torn apart, limb by limb? "Oh, come on, Mephius. We can do better than that," the first bandit chimes in. "Why don't we start with the children and make her watch?" The laughter sounds again, threatening to burst my eardrums. I dare to peek out, trying to catch a glimpse. The moon reflects just enough light down on the road to confirm that they are indeed dark elves. I hide once more, before searching the spot I last saw Rook at, but he's no longer there. My heart speeds up, beating so loud that I'm afraid these elves are going to hear it. If he left me here, I'll kill him. That is, if the elves don't kill me first. They're so close I'll never be able to get out of here without them hearing me. I never would have gotten so close to them if I thought Rook was going to leave me. I rack my brain for any spells I could use to silence my steps, but I come up blank. It's not that I lack the knowledge, but at this moment, I can't think of one simple spell. Maybe I can try to fight them off until Rook hears my screams. He let me go alive before, so it's not like he wants me dead. Surely he would help me if he heard me. I want to believe there's some kind of twisted kinship between us, even if fraternizing with a demon probably only spells bad things ahead for me. The human woman screams, and I peek out again, watching as the dark elves snatch the two children and dangle them in the air. The kids can't be much older than 10, one boy and one girl. Both of them start crying and thrashing about. "How shall we kill them, Mephius?" I think the mother should choose. What do you say, Mom? "Please don't hurt my kids." She sobs. "I tell you what, I won't hurt them. Well, not both of them, but you're going to have to choose which one. And then Dad here will be the one to decide how it dies. Sound good?" "No, please don't do this," the mother screams. "It's very simple. Either both of them die or one of them dies. But you're going to have to give me an answer, and soon, before I decide for you, and I think we both know what I'll choose." "Mom, please," one of the kids screams. "You can't make her do that," the father shouts. "Both it is then," the elf replies. No, wait, just wait," the mother says. Damn, is she actually going to choose? It's pretty obvious that the elves are just toying with the parents. They're going to kill both children either way. And even if they did let one go, he's too young to know how to survive on his own when they kill the parents too. I doubt he would last a week. Where is Rook? He should stop this. While they're distracted, I begin to back away, using the screaming and crying to mask my footsteps. Then all of a sudden, the screaming stops. I halt in place, my fingers trembling as I hold onto the tree in front of me. "Put them down," Rook says. He's still here. I peek out, and sure enough, there he is, standing with one arm outstretched, while the dark elves hover in mid-air. But they aren't giving up easily, still clutching the human children. As I watch, I realise that the dark elves are moving their mouths, but nothing is coming out. Rook has taken away their ability to speak, and by the looks of it, they are furious about it. "No?" Rook says, shooting them a cruel smile. That's okay. He lifts his other hand, blasting a ball of blue fire towards the elves. Their arms go up in flames and the kids begin to fall. The parents rush forward, catching them before they can hit the ground. "Get out of here now!" Rook shouts at them without even glancing their way. I watch the family run, both mother and father carrying a child. Sadness washes over me, knowing that while they survived this encounter, that doesn't mean they won't die of starvation or sickness. Or worse. Rook steps closer to the elves, eyes narrowing in on them, completely focused. The fire that was burning on their skin dissipates like it was never there. "Despicable," he mutters. "Hateful creatures. I never much liked your kind. All you do is take with no regard for the consequences. But now you will pay them." The first elf wails, regaining his ability to speak as his limbs start to crack one by one. With each twist of his hand, Rook snaps his arms, legs, and lastly, his neck, before lunging towards him. I look away as he feeds on him, unable to stomach the sight of it. When the second elf starts screaming, I look back. Dark tendrils climb their way up his skin, and by the looks of it, they're burning him. "Let me go!" the elf manages to gasp through the pain. "Were you going to let those humans go?" Rook asks, pausing for a moment. Yes, we were only messing with them." "That's another thing about your kind. Always lying. Please, I'm begging you. The humans begged you, but you showed them no mercy. Why should I?" "I'll be good. I'll never kill a human again," he screams. Rook only laughs, the sound somehow even more cruel than the elf's was earlier. He cocks his head to the side and watches as the black mist slowly eats away the elf's flesh. The smell of burning skin wafts through the air, and once again, my stomach is a mess. I cover my mouth and nose with a hand, gagging. As Rook licks his lips and begins advancing, I take this as my cue to leave. I'll wait for him a little farther away, but I can't make myself watch this. I find a tree far enough away that I can no longer smell the stench and lean against it, inhaling the fresh air. After witnessing what I just did, I understand more of why Rook kills. He clearly seeks out those who are evil, like the elves back there. It seems wrong to approve, however. I start to question myself and my own integrity if I can applaud the death of anyone. It goes against everything I thought I believed. Does anyone have any right to play God? Is Rook a demon or a saviour? Could he be both? And why does he do this anyway? Is he truly motivated by some kind of noble purity that seems at odds with his demonic nature? Or is there something he gets out of this that I can't see yet?
Chapter 10. Rook. When I decide that I'm done with the two dark elves, I set off into the woods, looking for her in the last place I saw her. She's lucky those elves didn't see her peeking her flaming head of hair out at them, although I would have stopped them from doing anything to her. But still, I don't think she realizes how much of a target she is. I reach the spot, seeing that she's not there. Did she get frightened by what she saw and leave? I wouldn't be surprised if she did, but the thought quickly fades as I inhale, smelling her close by. I follow the scent, spotting her leaning against a tree not far away. She looks to be deep in thought and hasn't noticed me yet. I scoff at her utter lack of attention to her surroundings. "You stayed," I remark. She startles, looking up at me with what I'm pretty certain is a grimace. "Yeah. Look, you can't stay out here all by yourself." "What? I've been on my own so far and I've been fine," she argues. "For now. But there are many dangerous things out here. Evil things. I should know. They won't hesitate to come for you if I leave you here alone." "What are you saying?" she asks. "You're coming with me." "Where?" She crosses her arms across her chest. "I've been residing in a cave nearby. We can stay there for now." She rolls her eyes but seems to think for a moment. Finally, she nods and walks over to me. "How far is it?" she asks as we begin walking. "Not far." "That's it? No time estimate?" "Why? Do you have somewhere you need to be?" She scoffs, making my blood boil. Who does this girl think she is? I'm just wondering how long we're going to be walking for. I'm tired. Not long. Where were you planning on sleeping before I offered up my cave? I hadn't figured it out yet. I find a spot every night just fine. Is the cave your home? I bite my tongue, not wanting to admit I've seen most of the spots she claims for her nighttime rest, and she's better off in the cave with me. I don't have a home. I move too much to call any one place by such a name. Why do you move around so much? Evil takes many paths, I answer. I have no idea what that means. She rolls her eyes again. I'm beginning to think that that's the only face she knows how to make. We're almost there. A few moments later, we arrive at the cave mouth. I wave her in, stopping and sniffing the air before following her, checking to see if anything worth noting is nearby and finding nothing. We reach the back of the cave, where there's a large circular area. I wave my hands, creating a fire with my magic in the center of the space. Annette walks up to it, reaching out. I could have done that, you know. I thought you were tired, I remark. She shrugs. As I watch her, I realize that this is the first time I've gotten to really look at her. Of course, I noticed some things before this, but in the fire's light, I notice more. It's pretty obvious that she's in rough shape from the past week of living in the woods. But despite that, she's striking. Her long, bright red hair looks even brighter next to the fire, framing her face in curls. When she finally looks away from the fire and up at me, the bright green of her eyes looks even more fierce than the first time I saw them. Even her freckles stand out. Remarkable. Her skin reddens the longer we stare at each other, and her mouth opens to speak, but I beat her to the punch. We should get you cleaned up, I say. She nods, giving me a soft smile. I wave her over to me, motioning for her to sit down in front of me. She does so without resistance, surprising me with her apparent trust in me. Wait here, I tell her, standing up and retrieving my bag from the other side of the clearing. I pull out a small towel and walk out of the cave, leaving her there. There's a small pond nearby, and I dip the towel into it before taking it back to her. I sit in front of her, beginning to take the cloth to her skin, slowly wiping a week's worth of dirt away. She stares into my eyes as I do this, not looking away once. I avoid those eyes, knowing that they will only distract me from my task. This isn't normal for me. I don't take in strays, and certainly not human ones, which makes me ponder the reasoning behind my actions. I'm not someone who nurtures life. I'm someone who snuffs it out. All my life, I've never done anything to help good people, not on purpose. I just remove the bad ones. It's my gift. It's in my nature. It's just what I do. So why am I doing this, sitting here with this human and taking care of her like she's my pet? Why are you alone? I ask her. She takes a moment to answer. Witches aren't exactly welcomed well anywhere. Your family. I don't have one. And before you ask, I have no idea what happened to them. I can tell that it's a sensitive topic, so I don't push her on it. I'm not sure why I even care in the first place. Why did you follow me today? I ask. I wanted to see, she replies after another long moment. See what? I'm not sure. Why did you kill those elves? They were evil. Why do you care if they're evil? I don't. But you killed them. My gift shows me the evil ones, and so I kill them. They deserve to be killed. You say that like it's so simple. But who are you to judge who should be killed? They're evil, I repeat. Are you not evil too? Is killing not evil to you? No, I am not like them, I state. She shakes her head, clearly not understanding. How are you not like them? I sigh. I think I preferred the quiet. Why do you need to know so bad? I'm just trying to understand. You will never understand. You're a mere human. I'm a witch. I have magic just like you. No, not just like me. Your magic is nothing compared to mine. But you already know that. What is this really about? I just don't think it's fair for you to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. So you think I should have let those elves do what they were about to do to that family? She stays silent, thinking. I finally make eye contact with her, searching those green eyes. Human, this is no matter for you. I am not hurting anyone that doesn't deserve to be hurt. You shouldn't go poking your nose into things that don't affect you. Isn't that what you're doing when you hunt down evil? I sigh, standing up and looking down at her. No, and I don't exactly hunt down evil. I just get rid of it if I see it. Now stay here, I tell her before walking back out of the cave. I head over to the pond again, wringing out the dirt and soaking it in clean water once more. Once back inside, I sit across from her again, taking the cloth to her face. She closes her eyes and lets me work. Tomorrow I will get you supplies. I'll find you some new clothes to wear. I don't need your help. Oh? Would you rather I kick you out there into the darkness right now and feed you to the beasts lurking nearby? Are there really beasts nearby? Don't worry, I've warded the cave. No one can get in but me. And me. No. If you were to walk out of this cave right now, you would not be able to get in unless I dropped the ward. Remember that if you decide you'd like to run away in the middle of the night tonight, I warn her. She swallows, looking from me to the entrance. Thinking about it? I chuckle. No, she huffs. So what, I'm your prisoner? No, but you will die if you leave. Is that a threat? No, it's a fact. I finish wiping her face, setting the cloth aside. There's a small pond outside. Tomorrow you can use it to wash up some more if you'd like. I'll guard it while you do so. What about food? We'll find you some of that too. No, I mean right now. You'll have to wait until morning unless you think you won't last until then. No, I can, but where will I sleep? I stand up and grab my pack, handing it to her. Use this as a pillow. No better blanket, I'm afraid. That's fine. Thank you for this. I grunt, not wanting to actually acknowledge the fact that I'm being nice to her. I still don't even understand why I'm doing it. Annette settles against the wall, placing her head on my pack. I wave my hand over the fire, making it disappear. No need to call attention to the cave all night, even if no one can get in. We'll find a more suitable place to stay tomorrow. She doesn't answer. I lie down near the pathway that leads out of the cave, putting myself between her and the opening. Within minutes, I hear her breathing slow down as she falls asleep. I find myself turning to look at her, watching her. I've been a solitary being my whole life, and I've never regretted it. But something about this strange human makes me question that for the first time. The feeling makes my skin crawl. Being alone only turns into loneliness when you want a companion. Do I really want that? And can someone like me even have it?
Chapter 11. Annette. When I wake up in the morning, Rook is not there. I panic for a moment before realizing that even if he did leave me all alone, I'll be fine. It's not like I haven't been alone my entire life. But before I can even stand up, I hear footsteps. I jump up, throwing my hands up to defend myself. Put your hands down, it's just me. Not that you could do much damage. I thought you left me, I say, ignoring the insult. He's wrong, anyways. I could do a lot of damage. At least enough to allow myself some time to run away. I went out to get you something to eat before our journey. He grunts, handing me 2 tisrets. This is all I could find. Later we can look for more. Thank you, I say, taking the fruits from him. While you eat, I'm going to do a quick sweep of the area. If no one is near, then you can take a quick bath in the pond outside before you change into these clothes. He tosses me a pair of brown pants and a black long-sleeved shirt. Unable to help myself, I'm immediately wary. Whose dead body did you take these off of? I ask. He chuckles, making my cheeks heat up with anger. What makes you think I killed someone for them? Did you? No. I don't believe you. If I had killed someone for them, don't you think they would be covered in blood? No. You can easily kill someone without spilling blood. Fine, he sighs. I don't care if you believe me. Just eat the damn fruit, and then once I give you the all clear, you will bathe and put on the clothes. I won't repeat myself again." With that, he walks out of the cave. I roll my eyes and hurriedly peel open the fruit, immediately taking a bite. I moan. Tisret may not be my favourite, but it's the first thing I've eaten in almost a day. Before long, I've finished both of them and Rook is back. I follow him outside to the pond, where he stands with his arms crossed. "If you think I'm going to let you watch me, you're sorely mistaken." "Who said anything about watching you? But I will be standing here the whole time in case someone comes by." I stare at him for a moment, before deciding that he definitely won't budge. "Just don't look," I warn him. The asshole doesn't even answer. He just looks slightly away from me, staring into the forest. I sigh, but begin undressing. I haven't had a bath in a week now, and I've needed one since the first day. Once I'm naked, I sink myself as much as I can into the water, though it's not very deep. I sit on the bottom half of my legs, and the water only covers me to the waist. Without soap, all I can do is use the water to scrub myself as best as I can, still better than nothing. 10 minutes later, I've washed every last bit of dirt from my skin and hair, and I walk out of the pond. But I quickly realise that I have no way to dry myself off before getting into my new clothes, and I don't love the idea of having to get in them like this and walk around in wet clothes all day. I don't have a towel to dry off with," I tell him. And I'm soaking wet," I state. He chuckles, and I turn my head towards him to make sure he's not looking at me. Does he think this is funny? "Do you have anything I can use?" I begrudgingly ask. "Nope." I sigh before wringing out my hair and turning away from him. As much as I don't want to, I step into my new clothes, hoping they don't get completely soaked through. Once I'm dressed, I wring out my hair one more time and head towards Rook. "Okay, I'm dressed," I start to say, but when I look up at him, he is unrecognisable. The only way I know it's still him is the pack slung over his shoulder. "Before you freak out," he says, holding up a hand. I shapeshifted into a human form. I can't exactly walk around looking how I normally do. It would attract too much attention, and I would like us to be able to find a place to stay before nightfall. "Okay." I swallow, averting my gaze. "What now?" "Now we walk," he says, grabbing my old clothing and stuffing them into his pack. As we start our journey, I find myself peeking at him when I can. He's still taller than me, though not by much, with pale skin. His hair is now jet black and falls into his eyes that are no longer red but green, matching mine almost perfectly. I wonder if he did that on purpose. "Stop staring," he mutters after a moment. "I wasn't," I say, forcing myself to look forward. My face heats up for the second time today, though this time for an entirely different reason. An hour later, we reach a small town that's only one town over from Malara. A lot of people from my old town visit the shops here. I let my head hang lower, hoping no one recognises me. As we walk, I can't help but wonder who Rook is here for. Surely he didn't just pick this place at random. There must be evil here. I'm a little afraid to see what happens next, but I can't deny that I'm curious. I want to understand what makes him work, how he does what he does, and just what it is that he does at all. "You're nervous," he states. "I don't want to run into anyone from Malara." I see. We fall back into silence, and I turn my head away when we walk past a group of 3 women talking, just in case they recognise me and decide to make a scene. "I feel so bad for his mum," one of the girls says. I can't help but listen in. Me too. I wish there was something we could do for her. "Alaron didn't deserve this," another one says. I stop, grabbing Rook's arm. "They're burying what was left of him tonight at the Malara cemetery." My blood runs cold. What was left of him? I know exactly what that means. I whip my head towards Rook, narrowing my eyes at his too normal face. Alaron is the name of the boy who lived across the street from me for years. He's the only person I've ever heard go by that name, so it has to be him. I think I vaguely recall that he moved to this town a few years ago. What? Rook asks. That boy they were just talking about? I knew him. He was nice to me. In fact, Alaron was nice to everyone. So would you like to tell me what evil he did to have warranted this? What are you talking about? When did you even do it? You must have snuck out last night while I was sleeping. And what? You thought it'd be fun to parade through town and bask in the sadness of the people mourning him? I feel betrayed, and I can't even explain why. It was silly of me to trust a demon, to invent that there was goodness inside of him, to justify his bloodlust as righteousness. But I had started to believe it was true. Something inside of me is bubbling furiously to think I was so thoroughly misled. Lower your voice, he whisper shouts at me. You're mistaken. I did not leave the cave last night, and I definitely did not kill anyone in this town. You're lying. And I refuse to believe that Alaron did anything to deserve a death like that. Have you ever stopped to think that maybe your judgment of what's evil and what's not is flawed? See, this is the problem with you. I stop talking as he pulls me aggressively into the alley next to us and places a hand over my mouth. Stop. You are wrong, okay? Now stop this nonsense. How can you say that? I whisper once he removes his hand. This is someone's life we're talking about. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes. It's weird to see him make such a human gesture, let alone in a human skin. I did not kill him. I stare at him, boring holes into his freakishly green eyes. Would you lie to me? No, I have no reason to. He says it so quickly and so surely that I have no choice but to think that he's actually telling the truth. Fine, I say, crossing my arms. That's it. No apology for wrongly accusing me of murder. I narrow my eyes at him once more. You want an apology? You're not getting one. Why? Because of all the murders you have committed, I state. You're going to have to stop with that narrative sooner or later. If you can't understand why I do what I do, then you need to end this fight with me now. You really didn't do it? I ask. No. Then who did? And who would mutilate him so much that they can only bury what was left of him? I ask. Someone else must be doing this here and back at your last town. But why? He shrugs before grabbing my arm and pulling me back into the street, continuing in the direction we were walking in before. I sneak another look at him, but this time not because of his appearance. This time it's because I'm not sure when I started trusting him, but apparently I do. Enough to believe that he didn't kill Alaron. Deep down, in spite of everything, I do think there's something pure in all that darkness. Something that does what he does for good reasons. Something honest and trustworthy. Does that make me crazy? To trust someone as screwed up as Rook? To trust a demon? What does that say about me and the person I've always prided myself on being? Is he better than I thought a demon could be, or am I worse?
Chapter 12. Rook. I thought you said security had lightened up here. I look back at Annette, who pants, trying to keep up with me. I told her that I wouldn't slow down for her, which was a lie. She couldn't dream of matching my speed. But her porcelain skin is covered in sweat, which only glistens in the torchlight. Her hair burns with the radiance of the open flame on the sconce next to the vacant guard tower. I want to thank the gods for creating her, but they're still not responsive. I didn't think it would be a big deal, she says through heaving gasps. You made it seem so easy for you. True, but I didn't have a human as a liability. On the precipice, the town of Malara sits at the base of the hill, lit by torchlight. I think all the security's bogus anyway, at least up to the city gates, she says. Last time I looked, it was all an illusion. And how did you find that out? She chuckles. Oh, I sort of just went for it. You went for it? Yeah, the illusion was flickering and they disappeared for a full second. I stare her dead in the eyes, looking for clarification. So, as you've explained countless times, if you're caught in Malara, they will put you to death. Right. And yet you felt it safe to chance walking in front of the guards, just following your inferior human instincts? She crosses her arms now. I'm not sure whether it's in defiance or whether she's simply cold from the night's chill. I'll tell you what. How about I lead the way and you follow? She looks out at the distant town, no doubt consumed by her thoughts, before nodding reluctantly. Perfect, I say. I'm going ahead then. I wish I could leave her back at my cave, providing for her on my returns. I tell her it's because I don't want her jeopardizing my missions, but the reality is that I can never guarantee her safety. It's a wonder these fragile humans stay alive at all. They break and crush so easily, and their fates are entirely up to the whims of nature. But I have to regain her trust, because sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who can protect her. I creep ahead, blending cleanly into the shadows as I glide up the wall. I condense my form, finding a perfect bushel to hide behind as I observe. I see the 2 guards standing watch next to the town entrance, looking vacantly into the distance. Their tired faces are paved by the orange glow of the sconces, deep shadows cast over the bags underlining their eyes. Thinking quickly, I pick up a rock, throwing it just in front of them. What in all of... One of them looks at the rock, then toward the bushes. The other, more grizzled-looking, guard size, reaching over to pat his partner on the shoulder. It's your first week, Danella, he says. Why don't you let me check it out? He takes his guard spear and grabs it tightly as he confidently sifts through the shrubbery. But I'm several feet away already, blending in with the walls. As long as the sun isn't shining on me, if I don't want to be seen, I don't have to be. The shadows are my loyal ally. I double back to Annette, who's leaning against the wall of the guard tower impatiently. I'm partially tempted to remain a shadow as I look upon her beauty, observing her when she thinks nobody's watching. The way she purses her lips as she gets lost in thought, or in boredom, is incredible to me. I'd love to live inside her mind, seeing the world as she perceives it on a daily basis. When I finished observing, I burst free from the wall. Her eyes widen in surprise. How did you... Your intel was bad, Annette. I'm very disappointed. I saw you walk to the city walls. How are you bursting free from the guard tower? They were not illusions, Annette, I tell her. She tries to find her bearings, pausing for a second to look down at the ground in exasperation. Clearly, they've tightened security since the last time. Her eyes turn back up to me. That was you, right? It had to be. How am I supposed to answer that? I don't read minds. Sorry. Just thinking aloud. I look back up at Malara, seeing how far off track we've gotten. I can sense the darkness of souls gathering within the walls, thriving because I haven't dealt with them. And I struggle to understand why I care, why I now wish to snuff them all out, when I only need a few to satisfy my hunger. Are you so insistent on tagging along? I could do my work much better if you waited here. The response from her is intense. Absolutely not. If I can't watch you do this, how can I trust you? I shake my head. Okay. My mind strategizes. My work is normally so easy at night. Adding Annette to the formula creates so many hurdles for me. For a time, we try to plan our approach. It would be simple if she could merely make herself disappear like I do, hiding in the shadows. But her magic apparently comes with risks and costs, and she's not well practiced in the art of illusions. Constantly, I present an idea and she invalidates it, explaining her limitations. We can't disable the guards with distractions because they have more powerful magic. Hiding her is still out of the question. I can change my form, though, if that might help. I cock my mouth to the side, so used to not finding a solution. No, I shake my head. That won't help. Yeah, she says. I can't do it very long anyway. That's when I start to think about the implications. Wait. She startles, jumping back a few inches. Can you become one of the city guards? She hesitates. Well, I haven't really tried changing my gender, she says, clicking her teeth. but I suppose it's possible. Then we have a plan. I hear the sounds of Iku approaching, and I grip her tightly, pushing her into the guard tower with me as a patrol passes by. How well do you know the guards in town? I ask in a hushed whisper. We re-emerge from out of the guard tower, disguised as two off-shift guards, then freely approach the Malara wall. I'm impressed by her disguise, but she tells me it's exhausting to maintain. Nelt? Joffrey? The guards at the front gate acknowledge us, a stiff wind nearly extinguishing the sconces. You're not supposed to be here today, the elder guard says. Have you checked the schedule lately? I quickly look over, realizing that Annette can't disguise her voice and is nearly doubled over in pain. I'm going to have to speak for her, remembering everything she told me. Actually, change of plans, I say. The elders said we need all the help we can get, so we're here to help for a couple hours. That doesn't seem right. Oh, just let them through, the younger guard, Dinella, says. As we make our way through, shrugging, I can hear the elder guard scolding Dinella. Walking a bit further into the city, I can see the immense pain this spell is causing Annette. I know I have to hurry. A shroud of darkness pulsates from within the dwelling. Okay, wait here. I consider merely shifting through the door before realizing it defeats the purpose. She needs to see too. So I turn the doorknob, then crack into it with enough force to break the lock. The living room is dim, but I can hear moaning upstairs. We step up the stairs, lit by candlelight, to find the dark elf Lauren resting on the edge of the bed as three nude human women sit at his feet, clearly there against their will. He sees me and his eyes grow tremendous. I crack a smile as the three women start to scream. Annette drops her form as my hand reaches into Lauren's chest. His soul is so deliciously decadent. The darkness is both subtle and rich. While I work, devouring Lauren until a mere shell is left over, Annette calms the three women, telling them that we'll find a way for them to escape the city, and that they just need to keep their heads low in the meantime. Getting out of the city is so much easier than getting in. In their panic, the city guards become disorganized, leaving their posts to deal with Lauren's death. I'd heard rumors about him, Annette says as we stand in the far distance, near the edge of the forest. It's hard to believe they were true. The deepest darkness is usually well hidden in plain sight, I tell her, as I shift back into my regular demonic form. I can't help but wonder if she'd rather I stay a handsome human. She looks up at me, a questioning expression settling on her features. I notice she doesn't seem deterred by my changing face, and it pleases me. And what does that make you? Because you're standing plainly in front of me, clearly as dark as they come. I sigh. Partly I pity her as I see the toll tonight has taken on her, both emotionally and physically. I wish you wouldn't judge me so harshly, I admit. Sometimes you don't offer me much choice. She shrugs, but as her eyes meet mine, I feel something deeper. I'm used to being the monster and it helps me work, I say. People see me, and I'm like a harbinger of their deaths. The way they look at me, it's like I'm all of their worst nightmares and most terrifying myths rolled into one creature. She nods, understanding more than I expected. And you want me to see you differently? I do. She looks up at the rising sun, drifting on the horizon. When they cast me out, it really hurt, but it kind of felt inevitable. I sit down beside her on the soil, picking up a rock and fidgeting with it as I listen. I wasn't a hermit by choice, she says, almost lost in a trance. Every little allowance they gave me felt like a gift, because I didn't really feel worthy of it. And no matter how much I tried to hide what I was, people still knew. We watch the sunrise together, and I feel an unexpected kinship with this fragile human.
Chapter 13. Annette. The way Rook is looking at me makes me shiver. I know he's dark and a demon, and I know he hunts evildoers, but he's doing more good than anything. There's something about him that draws me to him. I'm no longer questioning whether he's good or I'm bad. All I know is that we are the same, deep down. Whatever we are, It vibrates on a joined frequency that no one else in my life has ever shared. He's become a part of me, and for the first time in my life, I don't feel alone. I feel seen. I feel real, and I never really understood that I felt otherwise until I met him. I knew something was missing, but I never could have guessed a demon like him was what it was. I care about him, I want him, and right now I want to touch him. I reach a shaking hand toward his chest and run my hands down the length of his muscles. He's so strong. He doesn't move or say anything, but he allows the contact. There's a fleeting moment where I fear he's about to pull away, but oh, how wrong I am. He swoops down and his lips capture mine. I moan at the taste of him. His darkness swirls around me, and for the first time, I revel in it. I wrap my arms around him eagerly, wanting to be closer. Rook's kiss is intense, full of passion and desire. He pulls me closer, crushing me against his chest, and I can feel the hard planes of his body against mine. His hands tangle in my hair, holding me still as he deepens the kiss. I can feel his fangs pressing against my lips, but instead of scaring me, it only heightens my arousal. I want him to bite me, to mark me as his own. As if sensing my thoughts, Rook pulls back slightly, his dark eyes burning into mine. "Are you sure you want this?" he asks in a low growl, his voice rough with desire. I nod, unable to speak as my body aches for him. Rook leans in again, his tongue tracing the outline of my lips before delving inside. Our tongues tangle together in a dance as old as time, and I can feel the power of his darkness pulsing through me. It's like a drug, addictive and dangerous, but I can't get enough. Suddenly, Rook breaks the kiss, his eyes blazing with hunger. "I need you," he says, his voice hoarse. "Come with me." Without another word, he takes my hand and leads me towards the shadows. I follow willingly, eager to discover just how deep his darkness goes. We pass through the dark forest. The only sound is the rustling of leaves underfoot, but then we come to a clearing. Rook stops, turning to face me, his eyes intense as he takes in my body. I feel exposed under his gaze, but also powerful, wanted. "Are you sure about this?" he asks again, his voice softer this time. I nod, my heart racing as I step closer to him. He reaches out, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw before he pulls me in for another kiss. This one is even more intense than the first, his hands roaming over my body as he presses me up against a sturdy tree trunk. Thank you for listening to Craved by the Shadow Demon. Sadly, things are getting too passionate for YouTube. You can access the full, unabridged version of this audiobook on Worlds of Protheka with discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products.
Rosenfire, our family holds great weight and power in Orthani, and yet I hear whispers.
Do you think he can take him?
There is no way that this could happen.
No, more books. I can't remain locked in this ivory tower a moment longer.
She's perfect. The Baron's daughter must be found.
Julius, we shouldn't.
Why shouldn't we?
I am not a full dark elf. I do not possess their ethereal beauty. How will I find a mate?
The lowly Baron's son apparently has shown that he has the same gift of fire-wielding as I, if not stronger.
I am the family's dirty little secret. I am not the future of the family. Dukan is.
This world was created from a seed of evil.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, let me go.
If you want to join the poor humans who are bought and sold in the markets on a daily basis, you will find a way to get there.
I am free, and I am terrified.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail. Get seasons 1 and 2 of the Dark Elf series from worldsofprotheka.com.
Protheka's magic is eternal. This series will show you why.
Chapter 14. Rook. I don't want to open my eyes because it means that I'm trading this moment for something inferior. My body still resonates with the events of the preceding night, my every muscle stretched, memorizing positions and contortions from my time with Annette. I can still hear her moans in the back of my mind. A pavo lands beside me, screeching in my ear, and I instinctively reach out and grab it, less to subdue or harm it, and more as a message. The creature quiets immediately. I loosen my hand and it flies away. The overcast sky looms overhead, a dull morning chill running over my body. Beside me, under her own woolen blanket, Annette sleeps still and silently. Her light snores are barely perceptible over the harsh, roaring wind. I smile down at her in disbelief. I wonder if she's uncomfortable on the rocks, out here in the forest clearing. Anybody could have seen us out here, and that only heightened the danger. Trying not to wake her, I push my arms against the ground, cracking the joints, then bring myself to a standing position. In the distance, I can still hear Malara chattering, its citizens starting their bustling day, and I can feel their darkness. It seems so much more appetizing than any of the wild beasts around me, whose hearts pump blood through their bodies, their every noise echoing in my mind. My mind racks itself, trying to think of the best way for Annette to wake up. Even in the pre-storm weather, I can tell that the sun is not yet up in the sky. It should be some time before Annette awakens. So I rush through the forest, killing beasts without poisons or agents. It proves relatively simple to kill 2 Dreepier. I'm starting to understand the peculiar qualities of modern Dripper, understanding where they hide and how they gather. I also managed to find a few unattended eggs, carrying everything carefully back to the clearing. I know that I've been gone several hours, so I'm relieved to see Annette still sleeping soundly when I return. A safe enough distance away from her, I begin gathering lumber and digging a small trench in the ground. If I don't safely encase the fire, it could spread into the neighboring forests, bringing disaster. I roast the Dreeper and manage to boil the eggs. I hear Annette moan and instinctively start to panic before realizing that this is exactly what I wanted. She says simply, her eyes still firmly shut. What smells good? I consider running over to her, but immediately hear her snoring continue. I'll let her sleep a moment longer. From my cave, I fetch a couple of plates and some silverware, which I took from a violent abuser. His soul was delicious, but it did cause me issues for days afterward. Finally, I dish up the food in front of Annette, laying it down on the ground a safe distance away. I get down next to Annette and begin to cuddle her, whispering in her ear. Yesterday was fantastic, I whisper, but it's time for a new day. She wakes up, then startles, feeling me behind her. I feel her pull away from me slightly, sitting up and reaching for the fork, and for some reason it bothers me. Thank you, she says, wrapping the blanket around her nude form. She scarfs down her food and we sit around the campfire together, enjoying the silence. Many days proceed like that. We settle into a comfortable routine, and she no longer balks at my every move. At night, we hunt, finding new ways to bring her into city boundaries to kill more efficiently. She seemingly moved past the point of questioning my methods, but likes to watch me work anyway. I think she thinks she's a light on my soul, though I can feel myself corrupting her every moment we're together. And that causes a sensation deep within me that I neither like nor understand. I try not to think about it, just wanting to linger in our current state. I enjoy having her here if I don't think about what more it could mean. I enjoy how, in the mornings, we eat around the fire, setting up camp in open parts of the forest. About 5 days pass, and one morning is particularly stormy. We have to build a makeshift tent, digging the fire deeper into the trench to keep the rains from extinguishing our warmth. It's not always easy, having magic. She breaches the silence somewhat awkwardly. Her plate of eggs has stayed mostly uneaten, and I've wondered what thoughts are crossing her mind. So you've explained, I say simply, not intending to dismiss her. She brings the fork up to her mouth, savoring the eggs as they move around over her tongue. I could never get tired of your meals, she says. You're a fantastic cook. I chuckle. I kill things and then I burn them. There's not exactly a science to it. She laughs. When I first found out that I had magic, I didn't really know what was happening, she says, spacing out as the tent whips in the wind, the hails nearly pelting through our line of safety. There was a boy who always bullied me, and I really hated him so much. So one day I told him to go away. It was completely innocent. I didn't mean him any harm. I listen intently, always glad to hear some piece of the past she keeps so guarded. They found him dismembered in the forest days later, eaten by wargs. Apparently that wasn't even how he died. He walked off of a cliff and fell 40 feet before the animals found him. Children are complicated beings. Their souls are underdeveloped, and there's no way to discern which direction their lives will steer them. I long to believe that the child deserved his death. I want to comfort her at this moment, but I say nothing, just enjoying the sound of her voice in the comfort of our sanctuary. So that's when you knew? No. She itches her nose. The elders told me I wasn't responsible and that I shouldn't punish myself. They said people often blame themselves when bad things happen to our friends. But he wasn't my friend. I was scared to admit that I was kind of glad he was dead. She pauses, taking in the atmosphere and looking to me for reassurance. So when did you know? There were countless incidents after that, she continues. It was usually a figure of speech I intended harmlessly that left another person or dark elf mangled and mutilated. And that started to hurt me because I think I knew and I think the council knew too. I just watch her for a moment. Her green eyes seem a million miles away, lost in the memory. That's when they moved me away from the other humans, putting me in my own place on the hill in the village. And then I started to take books from them, and it just became common sense to me at that point. I could do magic. She scrapes her fork loudly around on her plate, putting a large piece of egg in her mouth. I desperately want to tell her more about myself, but she doesn't ask, and it feels out of place to offer. Then, about a week later, she confronts me with a question. So you were just buried underground for hundreds of years? She asks. The sun is brighter today, and we're camped outside the entrance to my cave to enjoy the sunshine. I nod in simple confirmation. How much do you remember before I woke up? Yeah. I think for a moment. My memories still feel shattered and disjointed. The other day you told me about how you found out you were a witch, I reply. I just remember waking up on Protheka, being subtly guided by the gods. She shakes her head. You remember the gods? I think so, I tell her. At times I'm not sure what's a dream and what isn't. I suppose that's fair. So this isn't the first time you've been woken up? I look out at the vast forest surrounding us. I can remember when there weren't trees, and everything here was desert. Not exactly. Well, she hesitates. Is there anything you do remember? Sure. I remember lots of things. Someday I'll tell you all about them. She rubs her hands together over the campfire. In spite of the sun's radiating brightness, it is still very cold. I think the thing I remember most of all, I say, it's probably the looks they gave me when I first arrived. The gods? I shake my head. The humans and the dark elves. They all saw me as a monster and ran from me the first time they looked upon me. She grimaces at me. I can see how easily she relates to my pain. That must have been very difficult, she says. It was. I was on my own, with no memory and very little knowledge. To survive, I had to become the thing they feared. I had to let my own body guide me through the wilderness. And the first time you ate a soul was? I can see her hesitation and how difficult for her it is to ask. Pure instinct. If I don't feed for a while, I start to lose my reason, and my hunger just sort of takes over. She fiddles with her hands, and I can see her mind working. So it's like you have two stomachs then? One for souls, and one for eating? I smile, always surprised by her precociousness. That's exactly it, yes, I say. I need to eat to maintain my physical form, but to keep my mind intact and to function, I need the darkness of souls. I nod. In all of my time and all of my disjointed memories, I can't remember ever sharing a conversation with a mortal who I didn't eventually need to reap. In honesty, I don't remember how I survived without Annette. She provides reason to my hunger, allowing me to see the corruption my reapings destabilize. She gives everything, my very purpose for existence, meaning. We sit together over the crackling fire, and I take in every feature of her face. The way her green eyes shine against the orange burning light, and how her hair burns like the sun. I never want to leave her side.
Chapter 15. Annette. But how can you be certain? Rook gives me his signature knowing grin. I can smell the rancid corruption from here, little one. Can you not? I raise a skeptical eyebrow, unsure exactly what that means. Without another word, he leads me to a ramshackle tavern loused with grizzled men clad in the mayor's insignia. Observe, he murmurs. Sure enough, they harass the other patrons aggressively, their crude jokes and flagrant use of women hinting at much worse misconduct. They flaunt this behaviour in the middle of town. The other villagers clearly fear them. The corruption runs deeper than you know. He points across the street at a couple of drunk, leering men snatching a young woman and muffling her cries. My hands tingle with magical energy, ready to strike them down. A restraining hand grips my shoulder. Not yet, on my order. His voice is ice cold, his gaze fixed on the men like a wolf stalking his prey. The sentence is clear, is it not? He asks, eyes never leaving his prey. I give a single solemn nod. For such wickedness there can be no mercy. We stalk the thug at a distance as he drags the sobbing girl into a dim alley. I scan his clothing, but see no insignia or other definitive signs of his allegiance. But nobody stops to help her. The twilight bystanders turn the other cheek. The girl's muffled cries and the town's apathy stab at my heart. We must intervene. We can't just stand here. I insist, magic already glowing fuzzily in my palms. But he stops my hand. Patience, their fate is sealed. Reluctantly, I comply. The alley leads to a grim, windowless building. The thug pounds on the steel door, giving a slurred password. It swings open, and he disappears inside with his victim. Rook's eyes blaze with cold fury. Now do you see? These kinds are a cancer in need of purging. If you take one, 6 more will appear. You need to excise the source so it can't grow back. Then what are we waiting for? A frontal assault would only get you killed, little one, he admonishes. Patience and cunning are required here. I take a deep, shuddering breath. You're right. What do you have in mind? He points to a darkened window on the building's 2nd floor. We'll infiltrate from above and work our way down. Follow my lead. He starts to scale the side of the building with preternatural dexterity, and I'm left leaping for a handhold several feet higher than I can reach. I attempt to whisper yell back up to him. He languidly looks at me and smirks, jumping down and landing without a sound. Grab on, sweet little field mouse, he insists, and I wrap my arms around his neck. This time, he seems to bound the side of the building even quicker, the rush of wind zipping past my ears, almost eliciting a very unstealthy shriek. I brush it off as we stand at the window. He traces an intricate sigil on the glass with a single extended claw that silently dissolves to grant us entry. Inside, the building is all shadowy corridors and muffled voices. At the top of the stairwell, we pause. The drunken laughter of men echoes up along with faint cries from the girl. I move to rush down, but Rook stops me with a look. On the table are pamphlets and what looks like propaganda. I nod. Together, we melt into the shadows. Descending silently into the viper's nest, we're ready to strike. Suddenly a door swings open, and a brutish thug steps out, freezing as his eyes meet mine. Before he can shout, Rook moves in a blur. The man gives a brief wet gurgle as Rook's claws plunge deep into his throat. Dark blood sprays in pulsing spurts as he vainly claws at the gaping wounds. Without a sound, the body drops while the lifeblood still pumps from his ruined neck. Rook flicks the steaming crimson fluid from his talons and meets my eyes. The next will do no better, he vows coldly. Heavy footfalls sound from around the corner, and I know reinforcements are coming. But Rook seems in no hurry, languidly drawing out his macabre banquet for several more seconds. 3 more burly men charge into view, stopping short with curses at the sight of their slain fellow. In unison, they draw their weapons and advance on Rook. A cruel smile spreads across Rook's face, serrated fangs glinting in the gloom. Calmly, he wipes the last traces of blood from his claws before turning to face the doomed men. "Come then," he invites with malignant anticipation. The thugs roar and rush to their fate. In a blur of savagery, Rook descends upon them. I turn away, unable to watch the brutal harvest, but their agonized screams are cut mercifully short. Like a dark, avenging wraith, he's death incarnate, working his way through the building, mercilessly extinguishing the scourge. I follow in his wake, briefly catching glimpses of his lethal work through doorways. His claws and fangs harvest lives with gruesome efficiency. Each fresh kill seems to empower him, shadows gathering about his hulking form. Blood and viscera stain his black leathers, yet his pace never slows. The thug's bravado dissolves to primal terror in their final moments as the Reaper descends upon them. Their agonized wails are choked short, reduced to mere fuel for Rook's insatiable hunger. Floor by floor, Rook purges the building of its cancerous blight, leaving only ravaged corpses behind. He takes no pleasure in the slaughter. This is simply necessary cleansing. Cold, calculated justice meted out to those whose own depravity brought about their end. No trace of mercy resides in the smouldering red embers of his eyes. He is the embodiment of retribution, come to reap his due from the damned. With the final thug dead, he stands over the carnage he has wrought. Closing his eyes, he extends his clawed hands and begins chanting in a guttural demonic tongue. The air around each broken body seems to shudder and warp. Wisps of shadowy essence rise from the corpses, as if the stain of their cruel souls is being drawn forth. The tendrils drift and coil toward Rook's waiting maw. He inhales deeply, and the dark wisps flow into him like smoke, absorbed into his being. I watch, both horrified and awed, as the demon consumes the spirits of these wicked men. In death, they will nourish the same darkness they served in life. With a satisfied rumble, Rook turns to me, eyes aglow with dreadful purpose. We free the captive girl and return her to her family. Only then am I able to find my voice. "You certainly made a mess back there," I say pointedly. "Yes, apologies for the disarray," Rook rumbles. "I will be more mindful about tidying up in the future." His sincere, oblivious response to my sarcasm leaves me speechless. He ripped men apart without hesitation and consumed their very souls. And he worries about being tidy? With fearsome precision, we go from infestation to infestation until only the corrupt mayor remains. I'm exhausted as we approach his lavish home on the edge of town. Behind the iron gates and high stone walls, manicured gardens and fountains flourish while the rest of the town languishes. I peer through the bars at the sprawling mansion, ornately decorated with gold filigree and marble statuary. He hoards the town's resources for himself, I mutter in disgust. Rook nods. While the people starve, he feasts, and he diverts clean water to fill his personal bathhouse. His voice drips with contempt. Looking at the mayor's ostentatious abode, his silk finery, and bloated physique, it is clear he has grown fat and complacent on the suffering of his constituents. Tonight, we will relieve him of his ill-gotten comforts. Let's finish this, I declare, magic flaring around my fists. Rook's eyes blaze with wrathful anticipation. Side by side, we advance on the mansion gates. The mayor's reckoning is at hand. Rook pauses with claws poised over a whimpering servant. He seems to consider for a moment, then retracts his hand. You have nothing to hide, he tells him gruffly. Get out. Relief floods through me. Thank you, I reply, placing a gentle hand on his arm. Rook nods and turns to continue his hunt for the mayor. We find the cowering official barricaded in his bedchamber. Rook tears the doors away, facing down the sputtering mayor. He seizes the shouting mayor and rends his bloated body in two with a savage jerk. I turn aside, nauseated by the spray of gore. But another corrupt soul has been purged and the town liberated. Perhaps Rook cannot change his demonic nature. But I no longer think he is the real monster compared to the sinners he purges.
Chapter 16. Rook. I wake up with her curled against my chest, again feeling warm and content. I imagine myself laying with her for the rest of the day, completing nothing at all. There's a sweetness emanating from her hair, and I twirl my fingers in it just to enjoy the feel. Her eyes gently peek open, as if so used to waking disappointed she does not want to rush. But seeing me, she smiles, and it reminds me of a sunrise breaking through clouded skies. I cradle her slender form, marveling at these strange new instincts awakened in my ancient spirit. Before her, I never fathomed yearning for such simple intimacy. Too soon my demonic hunger stirs, an urge she cannot satisfy. With a parting kiss atop her head, I dive into the sparkling pond nearby. I plunge deep, lungs burning, and snatch a turtle and 2 fish. I gather herbs on shore, reminded of Annette's mortal tastes. Though raw flesh sustains me, I will prepare her a proper meal. Providing for another feels oddly rewarding. It's one of many things that has been a fascinating revelation since meeting Annette. I start a fire with a flick of my claws, and into her little pot, I throw the creatures along with the disgusting mortal accoutrements. Yet, the aroma as it bubbles and steams makes my mouth water. She comes out of the cave while I am waiting for the food to be done, buries her face in my lap, and once more rests her eyes. I serve her a steaming bowl, and together we eat as the sun climbs higher, drying the earth from the night's rain. She props herself up in my lap. You really don't mind? Mind what? You know what I'm talking about, the kill, the cooking. I would prefer them the natural way, but for you, perhaps making exceptions is not so bad. She slowly nods. So how old are you exactly? I gaze into the fire, considering. I do not know for certain, I finally reply. I try to estimate by the rising and fall of empires, measuring eras in the ebb and flow of civilizations. My answer hangs heavy between us, amidst the soothing forest ambience. Annette absorbs this, curiosity still alight in her gaze. But you must have some memories that span the ages. She presses gently. I shake my head. The lines blur over centuries. Events bleed together in my consciousness. I wake and sleep and begin to lose sight of how much time must have gone by. I stare into the flickering flames, glimpses of forgotten eras dancing at the edge of recollection. She traces idle patterns on my chest, absorbing my words, trying her best to understand the unexplainable. How do you cope with it? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. In solitude, mostly. I am a drifter. The eons pass and I remain. I'm a specter observing the rise and fall of empires. But understand, there's solace in the simplicity of survival, in fulfilling one's nature. She absorbs my words, awe and sympathy painting her face. She presses closer. The flames flicker and crackle. I've seen the best and worst of humanity, I continue. Yet your resilience, Your capacity for goodness, despite the darkness that often shrouds this world, intrigues me. My admission catches her off guard. Perhaps beneath the layers of my demonic exterior, there lies a complexity that defies the simplistic labels often assigned to creatures like myself. I reach up to gently trace the curve of her cheek, a gesture both intimate and reassuring. "You've seen the darkness in me too," she says softly. "Yet you carry a light within. It is a rarity, and perhaps that is why you stand out amidst the eons." In the quiet of the forest, I find a strange comfort in her presence. It's as if, for a fleeting moment, our disparate worlds align and the boundaries between us blur. "How did you awaken?" she asks, changing the subject to something more tangible, more immediate. I shift my gaze from the flames to meet her eyes. The call of malevolence stirred me. The darkness that permeated the surrounding towns pulled me from the depths where I slumbered. I awoke to a world steeped in chaos, and my instincts led me to seek out the source. "Malevolence," she murmurs, contemplating the implications of my awakening. "Yes," reply. "I am drawn to it, tasked with consuming the souls of those who have committed terrible acts. It is a solitary existence, one I've embraced over countless centuries." The revelation settles between us, an unspoken understanding of the path I must walk. I can see her entangled in a web of conflicting emotions, fear, fascination, and a burgeoning empathy that defies reason. "Do you remember your parents?" she asks, her voice a soft melody in the ambient forest sounds. A stony silence follows as I contemplate. "No," I finally answer, my tone carrying the weight of a distant past. The memories of kinship, of familial ties, have faded into the recesses of time. I am a creature born of another era, detached from the bonds that define mortals. "Have you ever been in love?" she ventures. "Love," I repeat, my expression one of genuine confusion. What is this? I search her eyes, realizing it must be another human convention. "It's a feeling, Rook. An emotion that transcends reason. A connection that goes beyond the confines of time and space." I furrow, absorbing her words despite grappling with a concept entirely alien. I have witnessed the passion of mortals, their intricate dance of affection and desire. I'm not certain one such as I could ever attain it. "Anyone is capable of love, Rook," she replies gently. "Even demons. It simply takes finding the right person who sees past the surface." For millennia, I walked in darkness, harvesting only fear and hate, he says softly. What would make me worthy of anything greater? The past does not define you. It's the choices you make now that show who you truly are. As the concept of love dawns on me, I'm sure I have both never experienced it and am not capable. If I could love, I would love Annette. And yet, that would be little more than a curse for her. Love is not bound by mortality. It's a force that can touch even beings like you, perhaps in ways you've yet to discover. My withdrawal becomes palpable, a subtle shift in the atmosphere between us. Annette, I am not capable of love. It is a sentiment that eludes me, a realm I cannot tread. You should not depend on me for mercy or understanding. She meets my gaze, refusing to be swayed. There is goodness within you, she asserts, her voice gentle but unwavering. I've seen it in the moments you've spared, in the times you've shown me kindness, shown what belies your demonic nature. You are misguided, little mouse. Beneath this exterior lies a creature driven by instinct, by the hunger for darkness. Do not romanticize what cannot be. She reaches out, hand grazing my cheek, urging me to meet her gaze once more. I am not romanticizing, Rook. I see you for who you are. A being shaped by a complex history, by an existence that spans beyond the comprehension of mortals. But within that complexity, there is room for goodness, for compassion. You should not tether your hopes to the idea that I can offer mercy or love. It is a path fraught with disappointment and despair. I am willing to navigate whatever lies ahead. I see potential in you, a capacity for more than you allow yourself to believe. You may not feel love yet, but that doesn't mean you are incapable. A conflicted silence settles between us. I will help you clear your name, Annette, I declare. I will find the one responsible for these heinous acts, someone we can expose to absolve you of the crimes you are accused of. But that is all I can do for you. You don't have to do that. You've already done so much for me. I want to do what is best for you, the only way I know how.
Chapter 17. Annette. The rain falls in a gentle shroud, droplets pattering softly amidst the trees. Tendrils of mist veil the deep green forest, granting it an ethereal, mystical aura. Rook's keen eyes catch sight of something ahead, and I follow his gaze. Nestled between towering trunks and partially obscured by hanging moss stands a small cabin. Its timbers are weathered, blending into the woodland surroundings. A quaint yet charming refuge, tucked away from the world. We pause to admire the cosy cabin, nestled in the misty woods. Rook surveys it pragmatically. This appears to be an optimal shelter. We could make it our own. It would be more suited for you than a cave. His proposition tempts me. It would be nice to have a permanent haven, rather than just bunking down in whatever shelter we can find fastest any given night. The cave is a reliable backup, but still not exactly homey. But the cabin clearly belongs to someone. You know that wouldn't be right, I reply gently. It's someone else's. He looks crestfallen. Do you doubt my ability to claim this for you? Rook demands, flexing his deadly claws, eyes blazing. I raise my hands placatingly. Of course not, but that's not the point. Rook cuts me off sharply. Then why reject my gift to you? Hurt and anger war in his fiery eyes. This isn't about you, dear. I simply won't bring harm to claim something for our gain. Rook scoffs bitterly. You cling to your morality as an excuse. His words sting, but I stand firm. You're talking about killing the owners? Don't be ridiculous, I chide. We'll find our own place fair and square. Rook bristles. A place for us both? Or will you find a problem with the next place, and the next place, because you don't want to set up a permanent house with a demon? It isn't about you. I don't want a house gained through murder, I shoot back. He throws his hands up in exasperation. You and your impractical morals. We could live like royalty here. We don't need a castle to be happy, I counter, hands on my hips. Rook points at the cottage accusingly. Look at it, ready for the taking. Are you truly willing to sleep in the mud while this place stands available? If it means keeping my conscience clear, then yes, absolutely. Is it the cabin that bothers your conscience, or is it the roommate? The cabin! We stand there, scowling at each other as the rain pours down. Finally, Rook sighs, shoulders slumping. Very well. We shall continue seeking this fair shelter you insist on finding, even if it takes forever, and we freeze or starve in the process. Survival doesn't have to mean taking another life, I respond calmly, refusing to be swayed by his anger. We'll find a way that respects both our worlds, but it can't be at the cost of someone else's life. What does a human life matter? He muses, his words a solemn reflection. You are less than dust in the cosmic wind of eternity. He turns away, posture rigid. I know he feels rejected and confused. Gently, I take his clawed hand in mine. I care about you, Rook. I'd happily spend all of my days in a cabin with you. Just not one that we took from someone else. I'd never be able to feel happy with that. Sometimes my perspective is not always aligned with what is considered right in your world, despite how stupid and weak. The rain intensifies, a steady drumbeat against the leaves as we stand at the edge of the woods. but you make me question the boundaries I have lived by for so long. His voice is low, barely above the wind gently whipping against the trees. I'm not sure if I approve or how I can. In my world, only the strong survive. If I were to behave in the manner in which you prescribe, you would not be talking to me at this moment. I take his hands. I understand, but life is full of these little ironies. The only way forward is to live life to the fullest. His eyes momentarily glaze over, and I sense the weight of the implications sinking in. In his demonic existence, the cycle of life is starkly different, a dance between predator and prey that becomes as automatic as the changing seasons, the cycles of the moon. His luminous eyes take on a distant cast. I know he is reflecting on the starkly different rules of his ancient, predatory existence. The rain patters down softly as the wheels of moral philosophy turn in his mind. For all my countless winters, he finally starts, after how long I'm not sure. I killed without hesitation for shelter, warmth, food, whatever necessity called for. The cycle of life has always been predator and prey. My actions were automatic, as natural as the changing seasons. I was before this cabin. I was before what you consider a civilization. Perhaps morality is not immutable, but we can always strive to make the best choices we can. I know this wasn't an act of malevolence, but a solution ingrained in your nature. The raindrops cling to the strands of his white hair, emphasizing the complexity of his newly found emotions. You challenge the very essence of who I am. It is both unsettling and enlightening. Change is uncomfortable but also necessary. It's not that simple. This world operates on principles that clash with mine. I am bound by instincts that go beyond mere survival. Perhaps not, I suggest, reaching out to touch his arm gently. Life is harsh, nature unforgiving, but we are capable of deeper thoughts than that. So yes, despite how short and meaningless you have seen human life be, does that not mean we should live with greater purpose? At his wit's end, he growls. Why do you reject me? Rook's voice echoes with a sense of wounded pride, a demon accustomed to wielding fear now facing an unfamiliar sting of rejection. You travel with me, and now you call me some kind of monster. His words hang heavy in the damp air, the raindrops seeming to intensify as if mirroring the weight of the conversation. I meet his intense gaze, recognizing the hurt lurking beneath the surface. It's not like that, I respond, my voice gentle yet resolute. I would love to live in a cabin with you, just not this one. Rook is silent, rain pouring down his brooding form. Finally, he sweeps me up in his strong arms. Oh, confound your stubborn principles, he growls, but there's a gleam of amusement in his fiery eyes. Hey, put me down, you big bully, I protest through giggles as he swings me around playfully. What are you going to do about it, little one? He taunts. And just like that, I know for sure that wherever he is, I am home, no matter what we find in these woods.
Chapter 18. Rook. I don't like that she rejects my idea to steal the cabin. We could be together, and she could be provided for comfortably if she'd just let me do so. Even though Annette insists she cares for me, there is doubt in my mind. Does the idea of being with me any longer than she has to be still repulse her? I know right now she has no home to return to, but would she run back to Malara the second she had the chance? I suppose I can't completely blame her for that. Why should she want to spend the rest of her life living like a feral creature or a nomad in the woods with some demon? Still, the thought is unsettling. I forget all about it a moment later, though, when she kisses me. Rook and Annette are getting a little too passionate for YouTube. Head on over to worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30 for access to the full, unabridged version of events. It's at that moment that I realize the connection I have with Annette is irreplaceable. We're united in a way I could never be with anyone else, And I can only hope she feels it too. Even when I find the real killer and prove her innocence so she can return to town, I can't help but hope she wants to stay. Is that a crazy thing to dream? In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 19. Annette. Are you staying in tonight? I ask in surprise. Though Rook and I spend most of our time together, he's been roaming the region a lot at night lately, trying to find the true malara killer and clear my name. His face contorts, not exactly angry, but clearly bothered. I've been looking, he snaps. I said I would help, and I'm doing my best. I know you are, I say softly, wondering why he's so on edge. You just usually leave by now. Not that I'm complaining. We could have a relaxing night together, I wouldn't mind. I offer lightly, trying to break the tension. These days, I don't usually go with Rook when he goes searching for souls. Though I no longer condemn him the way I once did, it's not exactly something I need to witness every night. He sighs, his shoulders relaxing slightly. I'm sorry. I just thought I'd have something more to go on by now. I don't know how to explain it to a human, but I have a sense for these things. Someone who has killed as many people as this murderer should stink like a Torah manure pile. I should be able to smell them from a mile away. So why can't I? Oh, who knows? I shrug. I think you're making yourself crazy about this, to be honest. We'll find them sooner or later. Why don't we just enjoy a night in tonight? He's gazing off into space as though he didn't hear a word I just said. I can tell his brain is working in overdrive, but I finally snap my fingers to grab his attention. Are you that eager to send me back to Malara? I tease. No, of course not. He shakes his head. You can stay here as long as you need. As long as I need. The other day you wanted to pick out curtains. He frowns, not understanding my joke. Curtains? They're something made of cloth, a decoration, I guess, but they also help keep the chill out. They hang over windows and... You know what? Never mind. I never realised how hard it was to describe curtains before. Do you miss things like that from your home? Your curtains and... What did you call it? A stove? I nod. It was definitely more comfortable than camping out every night. It's nice to be able to buy food and store it in a cabinet, rather than having to hunt every time you're hungry and hoping you can find food quickly enough. If you're really lucky, you might even have an ice chest to keep food for a long time. Rook still looks lost in thought, but at least he's looking at me now. I take it you've never lived in a house like that? I venture. No. He shakes his head. Not that I wouldn't be willing, but I've been comfortable here in the woods too. Everything I need is right here, and I suppose you could say I feel like I'm living in the ecosystem I belong to. Sometimes I think I never want to leave Rook, and other times I wonder if we could ever have enough in common for this to end any other way. It's one thing to be here now because I have to be, but would I really want to do this for the rest of my life? Would he really want to live in a cabin with me? Let's cuddle up in bed and play a game. He raises an eyebrow lasciviously, and I laugh. Not that kind of game. His shoulders slump with a dramatic look of disappointment, and I can't help but roll my eyes. For such a stoic demon, he has a flair for theatrics when he wants to. No, come on, I say, standing up and getting into position on our sleeping mat. After a moment, he takes off his shirt and slides into the bed behind me, and I cover us both up. So, I begin, snuggling up against his warm body. I'm going to tell a story, but when I pause, you fill in the blank with the first thing you think of. It doesn't matter what it is, you just say what comes to mind. Ready? Ready, he replies warily, obviously not quite sure how this game is going to turn out. Before long, we're both cracking up as we take turns switching roles between being the storyteller and the story finisher. The one thing I can't help but notice, however, is that we almost never think of the same word. His brain works entirely opposite of mine, and I don't know why I find that a little disappointing, I guess. The next thing I know, I wake up in the middle of the night, feeling cold. It takes me a moment, in my sleepy state, to realise what's different. I don't feel Rook's arm around me in the comforting embrace we've taken to spending the night in. Groggily, I look around, seeing that he's gone. He must have decided to go out in the middle of the night after all. I trust him implicitly, and I don't exactly fear for his safety, considering he's more terrifying than anything he'll ever face out there. So I relax back into the mat we sleep on and pull the blanket tighter. Still, I wish Rook was here with me, and it takes me a while to get comfortable enough to fall asleep again. I'm not worried, just a bit lonely. I think I'm not quite fully asleep when I hear a shuffling noise that drags me back to awareness. I sit up again, rubbing my eyes as Rook makes his way through the mouth of the cave. "Any luck?" I ask with a yawn as he strips off his leather armour. The look on his face makes me instantly regret even asking. "No." He scowls in frustration, and my heart aches for him. For a moment I contemplate telling him not to worry about it. At this point, does it even matter? I don't know if I want to go back to Malara anyway. At the same time, I doubt he'd give up even if I told him that. And I do think that whoever is behind this needs to be caught. If nothing else, I think of my old neighbour, who did not deserve to die, and I want the killer found. I want my name cleared. Not just for me, but also for the justice it would bring to the dead. "You'll find them sooner or later," I reassure him instead, as he settles into bed beside me. We lay together, my back to his chest, and I feel myself relax. Almost immediately, I'm drifting back off to sleep, barely awake when Rook speaks next. "I promise I'm doing the best that I can. I know you must think that I'm not even looking, that I'd pretend to go search with no intention of clearing your name, just to leave you no other option but to stay here with me. I know how suspicious it must be that I suddenly can't find a single killer when I could find them so easily before, but I swear to you, it's not intentional." Even though he can't see me, as my face is turned away from him, my eyes suddenly blink wide open. Perhaps it's a sign of my own naivety, but that thought had never occurred to me. But Rook wouldn't do that. He wouldn't lie to me like that. He wouldn't trick me for his own selfish reasons. Would he?
Chapter 20. Rook. Returning to our camp empty-handed once more the next day, I find Annette's eyes full of quiet understanding. "Still nothing," I say, stating what could remain unsaid. "I do not know where the problem lies. How can I not see something that must be right in front of my face?" "Perhaps some part of you is fighting yourself. It secretly wants to delay success," she suggests, cutting right to the core as she always does. "I'm not saying you know you're doing it. I'm just saying it would be understandable, since you have an emotional interest in the outcome, for that to cloud your mind a bit." "What?" I shake my head, disturbed by the implication that my powers have been compromised by emotion. That is a ridiculous thing to say. I am a demon. I have no emotional investment in anything. "Yes, and when was the last time you didn't catch your prey?" "The Drek the first day I met you. Come to think of it, I do see a pattern. I always catch my prey, so the problem must be you." "Oh, really now, so I'm the problem? I'll just be on my way then." "Let's not be rash here," I say, taking another step toward her. "The notion is ridiculous. I am a hunter through and through. Just this morning I caught breakfast with my own 2 hands. Yet the more I consider it, the more possible it seems. This journey together has awakened unfamiliar feelings within my ancient spirit. A closeness with her I'm loath to relinquish. I'd never break a promise to her on purpose, but it's possible that there's some sort of mental block interfering. Tonight I will redouble my efforts and locate this hidden foe, no matter what it takes. No matter how I feel about it, I made Annette a promise, and I intend to keep it. But first, I need to find a solution to her accusation. Could she be right? Has some buried part of me sabotaged this hunt? How do I undo that? I pace our moonlit camp, struggling with the implication. Never before have I doubted command of my own mind and body. Since I first awoke, my demonic gifts have responded perfectly to my will. Yet now, try as I might to focus my preternatural senses, this quarry remains maddeningly elusive. Is there truly a traitorous part of my spirit working against the hunt's completion? If so, how does one track and conquer an enemy within oneself? All my cunning is matched against outward foes, not my own. Conflicted nature. Annette watches me, her green eyes soft with empathy. She believes my reluctance to find closure is born of affection, not malice or deception. Which in a way is true, if that's in fact what has occurred. Could it be true? I mutter, still pacing around the campfire. Have I somehow lost mastery over my own mind? Annette looks up from sewing a tear in her cloak. I know you don't mean to fail me, she says gently. But the heart wants what it wants. I shake my head, brow furrowed. I do not understand how to track and conquer an enemy within my own spirit, I admit. Annette gives me a sympathetic smile. It's not about conquering your heart, Rook. Try listening to it, understanding it. I meet her green eyes, more lost than ever. You speak in riddles, little one. My gifts have never faltered until now. What has changed? You have, she says simply. Being together has awakened new feelings in you. The hunt may have to wait until whatever is different in your spirit is ready. I stare at the fire moodily. Mortal emotions remain unfathomable to me. How can I resume the hunt when the most cunning adversary dwells in my own conflicted breast? For now, only questions without answers plague my restless mind. From the corner of my eye, I see Annette watching me with that same amused, affectionate look. Dense as I can sometimes be, even I start to comprehend her meaning. I let out an exasperated sigh. Suppose, hypothetically, I did have certain feelings awakened by our time together. Annette looks up expectantly. Would that truly be enough to disrupt my supreme gifts? I ask. For someone who's been a lone wolf for eons? It certainly could, Annette replies. Emotions can be scary and confusing at first. I rub my temples. Perhaps there's something to it. You are adequate company for a human. Wow, don't inflate my ego too much with compliments like that, Annette laughs. I am simply being honest, I huff. Though in truth, the nearness of her body kindles a warmth within me that I cannot seem to put into words. Annette traces a finger slowly up my arm. You know, you're pretty adequate yourself, she murmurs, trailing her hand along my jawline as I shiver involuntarily. I capture her hand in mine, our eyes meeting. Wicked girl, I rasp. Perhaps she is right about these burgeoning feelings after all. For the first time, the hunt is not the only longing that fills my thoughts. Annette's touch leaves fiery traces across my skin. My breath catches as she trails a finger along my jaw. No prey has ever ensnared my focus so completely as this clever, playful girl. You toy with forces beyond your control, little one, I rasp, though I make no move to push her away. Annette smiles up at me coyly. I think the mighty demon is the one struggling for control now. The truth of her words stirs long, dormant realizations within me. With her so near, the hunt matters not at all. Time seems to slow, centered only on her luminous eyes, on the sweet warmth of her mortal frame pressed close. This growing, fevered longing terrifies me in its novelty and intensity. Yet I cannot resist its pull, only surrender, and let the rising tide carry me away. I clasp Annette's hand over my racing heart. You have awakened something in me I do not understand, I confess. I only know that I wish you could stay here forever. I understand a cave is not the ideal home for you, which is why I suggested a cabin. That didn't seem any more pleasing to you. Ruch, you know how deeply I care for you, she begins gently. I wasn't opposed to a cabin, just not that particular cabin. I'm not even saying I want to return to Malara, but I'd like to have the option. She trails off. I feel the hollowness opening within me even before she continues. My life is there, and my name means something to me, Annette explains. I don't know. I can't explain it, but I don't want to just stop here. Though her words are kind, they pierce my soaring heart. For a delirious moment, I imagined she might be saying that she'd happily stay here with me. Now it sounds as if she's politely trying to suggest she can't promise anything. I understand, I reply quietly. You have a future I can't expect you to give up for me. Or at least, you could if you were cleared of these crimes. Annette squeezes my hand. I just don't want to be here because I'm stuck as a criminal. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it in a way that you'll likely understand. It's the principle of it more than anything. I nod silently. Mortals cleave to their fleeting lives. I cannot falter for it, but her absence will leave cold, unending nights ahead. Of course, my dear little one, I murmur through the ache. I will keep my promise and let you go home. A bittersweet tragedy, perhaps fated for ones like us. I will treasure the stolen moments fate allowed us to share.
Chapter 21. Annette. I wish I could make Rook understand that I don't want to leave him, that none of this is out of my desire to get away from him as fast as I can. Every time I mention finding out who committed these crimes and framed me, he takes it as though I want my banishment lifted so that I can return to Malara. I don't know how to explain to a demon who is so unfamiliar with human emotions why it's more complicated than that. I don't know what answer I can give him other than promising a future that, right now, is just too cloudy to say anything resolute about. I know that I care about him, though, and I hope that he's in that future, whatever it turns out to be. I love when he touches me, and I love it even more when he tastes me. I love feeling him inside of me, and when he moves deep within me, it makes everything seem worth it. Right now, that's what I want. That's what I need. Maybe showing him how much I love him will soothe this ache he seems to be consumed by. So I kiss him tenderly, trying to show him everything my words don't seem to be able to say. Once again, YouTube can't handle all this heat. You can listen to all the details on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products. Now, where were we? How could he think I'd ever want to leave this? There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 22. Ruch. The forest canopy rustles and sways ominously with the winds. A gray sky greets us overhead, the greens of the forest having become muted in the dull light. Underneath my feet, I hear every leaf my feet trample. I feel every one of Annette's exhalations deep within me. It's a typical day, but I feel something sinister in the air. I still don't understand how I can't source the evil behind your little friend's murder, I tell her as we stride casually through the forest. Are you still fretting about that? Annette asks as she ducks under a heavy branch. Apparently there are some things your powers can't see. That doesn't make you any less in my eyes. I'm sure it will happen in time. She smiles at me brightly. It's not because you might think less of me, I say. I'm legitimately concerned about my ability to keep you safe if there are things I can't. Shh. Annette holds up her finger suddenly. Do you hear that? She asks. I shake my head, looking at her in confusion. Hear what? She wears a look of disturbed curiosity at first, turning her head every which way. Then something in her eyes changes suddenly. They widen considerably. Whatever this is, please stop, Ruch. There's a panic in her face now. I swear I'm not doing anything. And before I know what's happening, she doubles over in pain, screaming on the ground. Okay, Annette, I say at first. This isn't funny. But I realize it's not some misguided human joke. She looks to be legitimately in pain, rolling over uncontrollably. I jump in to try to help her as she twists her body through the leaves and dirt, ruining her favorite dress. But as I reach toward her, I feel my hands collide with something invisible. I can sense her energy leaving her as the pain overwhelms her. Soon she'll be reduced to nothing at all. Annette? Please tell me how to help you, Annette. But I'm not even sure she can hear me anymore. I touch the barrier once more and begin to pound on it, to no effect. I need to think. I squint my eyes, looking around me. Everything has a trigger. I can sense the souls of invisible beings. Whatever the root cause of this problem, it must have a source. Peeling my eyes across our trail, I look over every inch of the ground, even kicking aside leaves. I look at the trees. I'm about to give up when I manage to find a very small, sparkling red gem fragment on the ground. It shakes and contorts wildly. I touch it, then grab it reluctantly, before realizing that it's connected to something unseen. I pull as hard as I can, trying everything I can, and find with a satisfied tug that I'm able to free the gem of its attachments. I only hope that I haven't worsened the situation. I look at Annette, who lies still with her eyes closed. She has stopped screaming and looks to be recovering. She sits up. What in all of Protheka was that? She rubs her temple, and I see that her eyes are bloodshot. I'm puzzled by her confusion. Something magical, I think. She shakes her head, eyes still shut. Could you elaborate? I think there's something or someone in this forest, I explain, and I think they don't want to be found. I help Annette up, and we find a safe clearing for me to treat her minor wounds. It doesn't appear as if whatever happened affected Annette too much. She has cuts and scrapes from rolling on the ground, but they're fairly minor. But my morale is utterly broken. I'm sorry, Annette, I say to her in the clearing, while squeezing the juice from an herb onto her scrape. I feel like I keep failing you. So you keep saying, she says, but I'm still alive, aren't I? I hesitate. I think maybe magic can elude my powers, I say, and I feel like somebody is toying with us. She looks up at me, her concern prominent in her features. You think the reason you can't find them isn't some kind of a personal block on your part? Whoever we're looking for is hiding from you on purpose and knows what they're doing? I think there's somebody out there who knows what I am, who's protecting killers while killing innocents. And I think I haven't seen it going on because it's a type of magic different from my own, one I'm not able to see or interact with. That's a bold theory, Annette says. What do you propose we do about it? I shake my head. I think you need to stay here and recover. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. Annette laughs as I turn my back to leave. You never learn, do you? She asks pointedly. I return my eyes to hers, trying not to get lost in their emerald sheen. Is it wrong of me to protect you after what just happened? Wrong of me to want you to keep you safe after you nearly died? Oh, nonsense, she says. There's no evidence that could have killed me. It was a migraine at best. That was no migraine, I argue. Either way, I'm safer with you, so I'm coming along. If magic is one of your weaknesses, then I need to be by your side. Eventually, after enough back and forth, she tires me out. Perhaps she is safer by my side than hanging back, but it seems like she only gets hurt when she's around me. So this is where you found it? I take her back to the spot where I think I found the red crystal shard, hoping that it might give us some clue. "You said something after you took me back," she says. "You think that somebody didn't want to be found?" "It was just a guess." "Right. A guess based on what exactly?" I try to gather my thoughts as best as I can. "That thing you ran into, it felt a bit like a trap." Having dug around on the ground, she finds the freestanding crystal shard. I want to tell her not to touch it, but it seems its magic is completely inert. She closes her eyes, holding it tight. "Well, you're right," she says. "This is a trap." But was it a trap designed for you, or for me? She runs her fingers over the tiny gem in her fingers. "It doesn't seem like it's localized to anybody," she says. "But this was meant for somebody magical, so it could be you, or me, or literally any dark elf in the area. That doesn't exactly narrow it down." She ruminates some more, seemingly deep in meditation. "And since this wasn't targeted," Annette says, "anybody could have stumbled on it. I think it's fair to say that it's hiding something. You said it was attached to something. Do you remember where you pulled from?" I move low to the ground, trying to find the attachment point. It felt almost like it was tied to something by string, but there was no visible string anywhere. Remembering the best I can where the gem was as well as where it was tied, I find myself staring at a seemingly innocuous tree. "Is there anything special about this tree?" I call out to her from where she sits several feet away. "Let's have a look, shall we?" She approaches the tree, then begins rubbing her hands over its trunk. An ordinary-looking tree." She takes some of its sap, then begins uttering several strange words, rubbing the sap on the bark. "This tree is strange," she says, "but in completely different ways than I was expecting." I watch as she roams the full width of the tree, moving her hands up and down its bark. It seems as though she's looking for something. Her hand grips onto a thin branch and she pulls. A swirling mass of light appears suddenly in the tree's hollow. What is that? I've seen many magics, all of them secondhand, but this seems unfamiliar to me. "This is a portal," she says. "I never thought I'd see one either. They require huge amounts of energy to generate, energy well beyond the limits of most of us humans." Hesitantly, she reaches her hand toward the magical swirl. "What are you doing, Annette?" "If we're going to figure out where this leads, there's only one thing to do, and that means taking a bit of a risk." I try to protest, try to pull her away, but as soon as her hand is close enough, the portal sucks her in, and her entire body disappears in the tree's hollow. "You'd better be right," I growl, reaching my own hand toward the portal. The world becomes a condensed array of colors, all branching and separating at random intervals. I have to close my eyes as the spinning nauseates me tremendously. I can feel my body moving through space, even though part of me feels like I'm not moving at all. Emerging between two towering tree trunks, I find myself face first on the ground, feeling more exhausted than ever. Rain falls crisply on the evening ground, a familiar moss-covered cabin just in view. Annette studies the cabin, looking over every detail, but unlike the tree before, she never touches its walls, and I sense a strange disgust in her as she looks upon it. I'm the first to speak. When I do, she startles as though not expecting me to follow. "This is the cabin from before, yeah," she says. "Funny how that works out. I can feel my senses being blocked by something. I'm able to tell that there's something within the confines of the cabin, but I can't tell what. Beyond that, an alarming array of my senses ignites at once. I can perceive a smell of loose chemicals and ingredients, all being mixed in harmonic chaos. I feel a sense of glee emitting from within the cabin. And then I realize that this must be more magic. Whoever's in this cabin clearly doesn't want us to find them, and that makes them incredibly obvious to me now. I approach the house, pushing on the front of the door. "We have to go in there," I growl. Even the textures of the wood that make up the cabin seem strange and unnatural to me.
Chapter 23. Annette. Wait, Are you sure we should go inside? I ask, grabbing his arm. What if someone's in there? He stops, turning to look at me. Someone is in there. I can sense her. She's a witch. We're going in, he states. I don't argue, knowing that there's no way to talk him out of something once he decides to do it. Rook blasts the door open with his magic, and the two of us walk in. I expect her to be hiding, but she isn't. Instead, she stands right in the middle of the living room, smiling at us. I wondered when you'd find me. She laughs. It's a cruel laugh, but I see right through it. She's middle-aged, but still looks young. Her hair is long and a silverish white colour. Her eyes are as black as can be, and I can't help but be a little creeped out by them. You've been killing and posing the bodies as if it were me, Rook says. It's not a question when he says it, but I look at him, wondering how he put that together. Yes, you're a smart one, aren't you? Smart enough to know that the elves you've been killing didn't deserve what you did to them. Ah, but why does it matter? Do you not commit the same sins as I? Are we not one and the same? I'm nothing like you, witch, he spits out. You say witch like it's a bad word, but yet you have one standing right beside you, one who I can tell cares about you very much. But does she know what goes on in your head, demon? Does she know the real you? I ignore the implications, sensing that she's only trying to get me to lose my trust in Rook. She knows she won't get out of here alive against the both of us. I know exactly who he is. I speak for the first time since entering the house. There are no secrets between us, so you can give that up now. Another smart one. But are you strong enough to beat me? She raises her hands, blasting us with an invisible force that sends us flying back. She laughs, using the same magic to fling the nearest piece of furniture at us. A small bookshelf and all of its books fly towards us. I throw up a shield, but it's not strong enough to protect us from it. My shield fails almost instantly, and the bookshelf is a mere foot away from slamming right into me. Luckily, Rook is stronger. He throws up a second shield, much stronger than the one I attempted to protect us with. His shield is not only successful, but it counteracts as a rebound spell, causing everything to bounce right off of it and back into her. She easily dodges it, still laughing. This is a game to her. Nice. She smirks. I love it when my prey fights back. I am not your prey, Rook simply says before sending a wall of fire at her. For a moment, the flames are all I see, but they stay controlled. I'm sure that she'll be nothing but a crisp when they dissipate. But as they recede, I see that I'm sorely mistaken. It seems that maybe we've misjudged how powerful this witch really is. Or rather, I did. Rook doesn't seem fazed that the witch still stands behind a shield of her own, with her arms crossed against her chest. Anger threatens to take over me as I wonder what it would have been like growing up as powerful as her. What it would be like to be able to properly defend myself like this. But more than that, it angers me that she would abuse her power like this. That witches like her are the reason that people like me are getting wrongly accused and thrown out of their homes, or worse, sentenced to death. Her gaze snaps to mine, and her smile widens, showing all of her teeth. Jealous? She asks as if reading my mind. Not even a little. Really? It doesn't bother you at all that you need this demon to protect you, while I don't. I could teach you, you know. I could teach you how to kill someone like him. How to be extraordinary. We could take over any one of these towns together. I stare into those black eyes, seeing her for who she truly is. A tired, lonely, sad witch. And I could never be jealous of someone like that. So I tell her my truth. I may be weaker than you, but I would rather have zero power than be someone with too much, who has no idea how to use it. Sure, you can throw any spell you want my way. You can walk around killing anyone you want and make everyone believe that it was someone else. But at the end of the day, you're alone. At the end of the day, you have no one to help you if you need it. You're pathetic, and the only joy you have in life is taking away from others. And I would never, ever want to be like that. I would rather die. I can make that happen, she retorts, sailing right past all my insults. You will do no such thing. Rook growls, stepping forward. This is enough. You will die for your crimes. Is that so? That creepy smile returns to her face. Try me. And so he does. Tendrils of black mist, just like the ones I saw him use against those elves, make their way towards her. She closes her eyes and puts her hands up in front of her, palms facing us. The tendrils continue to make their way towards her, but she does nothing. I admire the confidence she has in herself, but she should really be running. Finally, the black mist is only a foot away from her when it hits an invisible wall and starts sizzling away. Her shield reduces it to almost nothing. The witch's eyes are still closed, but the corners of her mouth are lifting up. Rook steps closer, and more tendrils fly at her shield, these ones thicker and darker. It doesn't take long before these ones are eating away at the invisible wall and slipping right past it. Her eyes fly open, and the small smile she wore now turns into a look of pure wrath. She tries to reinforce her shields, but before she can, the tendrils are wrapping around her arms and burning her skin. She lets out a shriek so loud that I'm sure everyone within a few miles radius can hear her. It takes everyone in me not to cringe or cover my ears. Rook walks closer and closer to her, her body now completely covered with his black mist, leaving only her face out in the open. A face so angry that if looks could kill, I know for a fact that I'd be dead. You will apologise to her for being the reason she was cast out of her hometown, Rook demands. You may be able to kill me, but you can't make me do that. You're right. Besides, I don't actually think she needs an apology from you. I'm sure doing the honour of killing you will be more than enough. My eyes widen. Does he mean that? He can't possibly think I'm strong enough, but he turns his head to look at me and nods. I take a few steps in their direction, staring at that evil face. She definitely deserves to die. She's been killing innocent people for months now, so why am I so hesitant to do this? I should be jumping at the chance. I stop in my tracks. Because I'm better than this, that's why. No, I say. Rook raises an eyebrow at me, clearly confused. I don't need to kill her. I refuse to stoop to her level. Killing her would only mean that I let her get to me. Ha! And you called me pathetic, the witch laughs. Are you sure? Rook asks me. Absolutely. Without hesitation, he grabs the witch's neck through the mist. You'll regret this, she spits out. He ignores her completely. Instead, he snaps her neck and lets her body drop to the floor. The mist dies with her, leaving only us in the cabin, the silence palpable. Rook turns to look at me, and I can't quite comprehend the look he's wearing. He walks over to me, putting his hands on either side of my face. Are you okay? He asks. Yes, I say, giving him a soft smile. But what happens now? He drops his hands, looking away from me. Now you get to go back home. Clear your name, Annette. They'll have no reason to keep you away after that. Your house is probably still vacant. If they didn't burn it, I say. But he's right. I can go back to Malara now. I can walk you there if you want me to, he offers. No, that's okay. You've done more than enough. I can get there on my own. I feign a smile. Then again, maybe I should stay where I'm wanted. I love you, you know. He bristles a little. I told you. Demons don't love. I enjoyed our time together, but this isn't where you belong. I frown. I suppose not. What about your plans to find us a cabin? He shakes his head. You have a home you can return to now. There's no reason for that. I can't help but feel I'm being dismissed. I don't know what to say in response, even if I am. He did warn me from the beginning that demons didn't have companions the way that humans did. Maybe I was stupid for ever thinking I was some kind of exception. I'll walk you outside at least, he says. I nod and follow him, Once outside, we turn to each other. He gives me a tight smile, still not making eye contact. I look down at my feet, unsure of what to do. I've never had to say goodbye to someone like this before. I guess this is goodbye then, I murmur. He offers me a tight smile, finally looking at me. His eyes are a darker shade of red, and he almost appears to be angry. Confused by the hostility I'm sensing, I slowly turn to leave. Wait, he says, grabbing my arm. He closes the distance between us, leaning down. For a moment I close my eyes, thinking he's going to kiss me, and he does, right on my forehead before pulling away. I try to hide my disappointment. Thanks for everything, Rook. I don't know where I would be right now if you hadn't helped me find her. He nods, avoiding eye contact again. Okay, I say. This time, he lets me walk away. I head off into the forest, back to the only real home I've ever known, and away from the only person I've ever really cared about.
Chapter 24. Rook. There was a time when I used to wonder how humans lived, but as I bring myself awake from the bed that nearly crumbles under my weight, looking out the dim window, I'm beginning to understand it. Here in this little box I'm contained, sheltered away from the elements unlike the enclosures of a cavern or a burrow. It's easy to pretend as I live in this small space that the world outside has stopped. The pitter-patter of a gentle rain on the roof is beyond my concern, because the roof keeps the water out. It feels safe even for me, a creature who has very little to fear. Well, there is one thing I'm afraid of, and it's come true, I mutter to myself. I can still smell Annette in here. It's in the small bits of clothing she left for me, but beyond that, her smell is permanently etched into my mind. I try to forget the smell, but it won't leave me, no matter how many ways I try. I step outside, open my door to the foggy forest, and have a whiff. Even from afar, I can still breathe her in. It's good to know that she's safe, though she hasn't returned to Malara yet. I don't understand why not. I think back on her smile and the way her eyes lit up, bringing light to my soul, and I feel something painful. Something I can't explain, but I know that I want to end the feeling however I can. She's better off without me, I mutter, walking over to the oven and opening the door. She showed me how to use one of these in one of the houses we reaped in. I think it's a fascinating concept, having a fire in this small wooden home to heat up food. I like it better raw, though, I admit quietly before questioning myself. In my head, I try to remember life before the world of conveniences Annette showed me, and I ponder whether I was better off before knowing about them. I remember the stringy texture of raw meat and question whether it's better burnt and seasoned. Life before was certainly simpler. I ran, I killed, and I ate. But is there more beauty in that? Was I happier before I met Annette? My gut says yes, because I had no idea who Annette was and didn't know I was missing anything. My mind turns back to when I first emerged from the ground this time, and the multiple types of hunger I experienced. There was the need to sustain my physical form, eating the wildlife that moved about the forests. My stomach grumbles and I realize how long it's been since I've eaten. My body still strains from yesterday's combat. There was a primal need to devour shadows, consuming the darkness from corrupted souls. I can still see all the souls around me that need purging. No matter how I help Annette, my work will seemingly never be finished. Why was I woken up? Am I doomed to toil away at the neighboring area, purging elves forever? The corruption only seems to grow the more dark elves I kill. And then there was something else, something perhaps less articulable. I felt it strongly when I was roaming alone, prowling for my next meal. But I think Annette satisfied that hunger. I don't remember feeling it in her company, even if I still don't know what it is. There's something so basic and primal about it. So why is it so difficult to understand? I move back outside my door, looking out at the large world beyond me. It's a nice home, really, and I'll enjoy staying here. But aside from Annette not being here, there's something slightly off-putting about it that I can't explain. Perhaps it's the origin of the cabin, as a dwelling for a witch that evaded my notice, but I feel unsettled here. Annette brought the word creepy into my vocabulary, and that seems accurate for this situation. The trinkets that hang upon the walls and on the shelves are all unknowable to me. Annette claimed they weren't dangerous to me, but they still make me nervous. In the hope of distracting my mind from this feeling of loss, I rush through the trees and among the brambles, just like old times. I sniff the air, hoping to find my next kill. I can sense what nearby creatures are doing, where they're located, and even what they're feeling. But it doesn't have the same thrill that it used to. Every kill feels as pointless as the last. It's dry and tasteless, I say, chewing through a drip ear that I tackled down near the road. The dripper wasn't young, nor was it weak. There was still plenty of fight left in it. I'd say it's one of the more challenging creatures I fought in the past week. It really wanted to live. Wiping my mouth clean of its blood, I shake my head, unable to figure out why hunting has grown so dull. In one of the old cabin closets, I find some old trapping equipment. It feels utterly cowardly as I begin rigging up some Urson traps, but I still need to eat somehow. And if the thrill of hunting isn't there anymore, what use is there in struggling to survive? I find myself regularly sniffing the air, picking up hints of Annette's scent. What's strange is that I still haven't found her anywhere near the town, meaning she hasn't gone back yet. I question what she could be doing that's more important than pardoning her name. After everything we fought for, to think that she still hasn't returned home agitates me. I vow to put her out of my mind. I'm not going to think about her anymore. Any time she crosses my thoughts, I'll drive my fist into my stomach. And if I have to remove my senses to stop from smelling her, I'll cut them off. No longer can I live my life as a shell of a being. It's far too painful. In frustration, I pick up one of Annette's sweaters that she left behind and open the door. Digging a pit in front of the house, I have to fight not to be reminded of when I used to cook for her. There are plenty of trees, which means ample firewood. I click rocks and sticks together until a spark ignites, then lay the kindling in the pit. I look down at the sweater. As a creature beyond the understanding of mere mortals, I know that it is my duty to sever my ties. I can't allow myself to be distracted any longer, not when I have such a large obligation to rid the world of evil. Annette showed me that my soul devouring helped create a better world. I punch myself in the gut as hard as I can. Then I try to forget why I punched myself. Picking up the sweater, I close my eyes and breathe in. The scent almost makes me forget myself. But there's another scent in the air, too. A scent I promised I'd erase from my memory. If you're not going to keep it, you can at least give it back, Annette says. I'm not sure if she's more amused or angry as she watches me. There's a very small part of me that thinks she must be an illusion, brought about by my deepest need, and that I still need to burn the shirt. What are you doing here? I growl, still holding the sweater. Before I can react, she pries the sweater out of my hands. Am I so distracted that even Annette can best my reflexes? That's a polite response. There's a natural guardedness there. I remember our last interaction and how cruel I was to her. I practically shoved her away from me. Her defensiveness is justified. But I can't take this anymore. I move toward her swiftly and I embrace her tightly. Tightly enough, but not so tight that a mortal such as her can't survive my grasp. Knowing that I need to say something, but not sure what, I grumble. You left, and things were so much worse. She traces her fingers along my muscular spine, grasping me in return. I'm sorry. You didn't seem like you wanted me around anymore. She's less cold now, her voice almost carrying an amused tone. I pull away from her, looking her straight in her emerald eyes. I miss their shine so much. I run my hands through her fiery hair and down to her smooth and silky shoulders. She trembles at my touch. Why did you come back? I ask. You mean you don't want me here? I'm quick to rectify this misunderstanding. Of course I do. It's just that after everything we worked for. You thought I'd stay back in Malara? I nod. I thought about it, but I couldn't go back to that cold, empty home. And Malara didn't seem like they wanted me that much anyway, with how quick they were to exile me. My expression must be one of consternation. So you're not even going to clear your name? I ask. Then what was all of this for? I feel myself growing both confused and angry. You really don't get it, do you, Rook? It was about meeting you. Me? She laughs. I know you're a little slow in matters of the heart, Rook. So let me help you. She moves back to embrace me, then stares up into my eyes. And I can see myself in them. So intense is her admiration in regarding me, I briefly feel a lot less monstrous. It was always something that needed done. I didn't want more innocent people to die. I wanted justice for my old friend who the witch took too soon. I don't feel it was a waste, not at all. The world is better in any case. Maybe someday I'll clear my name, and we'll be able to move freely through Malara. But I don't care about their approval. I care about you. She reaches up to my shoulder and I lean down. Her mouth mashes against mine, and I feel the stiff and unwavering breeze slow down. Time stops for a moment as I press her form tightly against mine. As we part, I cough. So you should move in with me, I concede. I know you didn't want this cabin before, but I hope I can talk you into it this time. She laughs joyfully before taking me by the hand and leading me back inside the cabin.
Chapter 25. Annette. Out of all the kisses we've had, this is by far the best one. I'm so happy to be back in his arms. I feel like he is where I belong. I don't care what the village thinks of me. Let them think the worst. It doesn't matter as long as I'm with Rook. Sorry for the interruption. Things are getting a little too heated for YouTube. You can access the full, unabridged version of this audiobook and much more on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30. I kiss him on the lips and close my eyes, almost immediately falling asleep now that I know I'm safe here where I belong. I'm home.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 26. Rook. Annette and I are still occupying the cabin. I'm not sure how long we'll stay here, but it'll do for now. Annette seems to like it here, despite its former owner. I roll over to look at her still sleeping face. Since we killed that witch, I've seen a change in her. She seems more relaxed, more vibrant. But I know it bothers her that we haven't exactly talked about what our next step will be. Whether we stay here in this cabin or pick a new home, I'm determined to give her the life she deserves, even if staying in one place isn't my usual way of living. Suddenly, her bright green eyes flutter open. When her gaze finds mine, her face instantly lights up. She scoots closer to me, nuzzling herself against my chest. I rest my head against hers, inhaling her scent deeply. I'm amazed at how comfortable she is around me compared to how she was when we first met. She used to be so tense around me, so unsure. But now it's like no matter how much time we spend together, she can't get enough of me. Want me to make us breakfast? She asks. Sure, but first... I trail off, taking her lips with mine. I'll never take this for granted. This thing we have between us, this love we have for each other, I've never felt anything like it. When we finally pull away, Annette rolls over and out of bed. The sight of her naked body as she gets dressed for the day summons a growl from deep inside of me. I would spend all day, every day, taking her if only she'd allow me. She puts on a small black dress that she found in the back of the witch's closet. Luckily, they were the same size. I follow her out to the kitchen where she starts a pot of kafo for herself. As it's brewing, she gets a pan out and sets it on the stove. She seems to enjoy cooking. Sometimes she even dances around the kitchen as she's making our meals. I take a seat at the small round table, watching her pour some tara milk into her mug of kafo and take a sip. Once she's had enough, she sets it aside and starts taking things out of the fridge and stacking them onto the counter. "What are you making?" I ask. I'm always interested to see what she comes up with. Having lived my whole life in the wild, I usually just kill a tara or something, skin it, and then heat it up over a fire. I've never actually eaten food like the kind she prepares until now. I'm cooking some scrambled gallus eggs and then adding some samana, cheese, and some crumbled drippier. You'll like it. I'm just glad to hear that she's putting some meat in it. Yesterday's dinner consisted of roasted bergona and that was it. But that wasn't entirely her fault. We desperately need to go into a nearby town and do some shopping. I stand up to join her at the stove. Sometimes I like to watch in case she ever asks me to cook her something. I'd like to not be completely clueless when that eventually happens. But as I approach, a loud popping sound occurs and Annette flies back a couple feet. "Are you okay? What happened?" I run to her. "I'm not sure what happened." She lifts her hand towards the stove and the same thing happens again. "What the hell?" she whispers, looking from her hands and back to the stove. "What's going on?" I ask, feeling impatient. I tried to light the stove with my magic like I always do, but I don't know. It's not working. So that sound, and you flying back, that was because you tried to light a fire? Yes. I don't understand. I've never been the strongest, but I've always at least been able to light a fire with my magic. This doesn't make any sense. "Here, try again on some wood," I say, leading her out into the living room where a fireplace sits unlit. She does, and the same thing happens. Tears begin falling down her face. I pull her into my arms, but she dodges me, running outside. I follow her, watching as she puts her hands up. She flies back once more, and this time I catch her. "What did you do?" I tried to summon some wind to move the leaves. I've always been able to do that. Every witch has that ability. "Let's go back inside," I say, my thoughts spinning. "Sit down. Just let me think for a minute." I pace back and forth for a while before sitting down in front of her, putting my hands on her arms and closing my eyes. After a moment, I open them, my eyes widening. "I can sense something on you. I don't know what it is, but it feels dark, evil, like when I come across an evil soul." "What are you saying? I'm evil now?" No, it doesn't work like that. But that doesn't mean something evil isn't inside of you." I stop talking, stop breathing. "What? Rook, what is it?" "The witch. She must have put a curse on you when we came in here that day. Before she died. Before she died. Oh, gods," she says, covering her mouth. "Before she died, she said you'll regret this. Do you think this is what she meant?" "Maybe." I nod. "What do we do? How do we get rid of it?" "I don't know. I've never had to do something like this before. This magic I'm sensing, it's unfamiliar to me." Annette begins sobbing, and I pull myself out of my thoughts to comfort her. "It's going to be okay. We'll find a way to get rid of it. I'm sure the witch has some grimoires around here. For now, we'll look through them and see if we can find anything in them." She nods, sniffling and wiping her tears away. "You're right. And if we can't find anything here, then we'll go track down some more or ask another witch to help." She stands up, heading to the bookshelf that the witch had tried to throw at us that day. "I'll start looking through these books," she says, grabbing a thick one that looks pretty beat up. This one looks old. I'm sure it has something. 3 hours later and we found nothing. But there are still more books to look through, and I'm definitely not giving up. I'll tear Protheka apart to find a cure for this if I have to. Annette has barely said a word since we started researching, and I'm starting to worry for her. I put the book I've been scouring off to the side and stand up, walking over to her where she sits in one of the chairs. Why don't we take a break? You never did eat breakfast. Do you want me to get you some cheese or something? You can't just run on kafo all day. You're right. I'll get it, though. You don't have to. Just keep looking, she says, standing up. But as soon as she stands, she starts to wobble before falling to the side. I catch her, setting her back into the chair. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I think I just really need something in my stomach, she says. I'll get something for you, hold on, I say, walking to the kitchen and grabbing the Tora cheese before heading back. When I walk in, Annette is lying on the floor. I drop the cheese, running to her. What the hell happened? I tried to get up. I was going to come with you since you don't know how to cook. But I don't know what's wrong, Rook. I feel off. I touch the back of my hand to her forehead, feeling her temperature. You're burning up. Do you think it's the curse? She asks. I stop for a moment, running through everything I know about curses. It could be. Let's get you to bed. You should rest. I'll get you some food, and this time you'll stay put. Rook, shouldn't we be researching? You can't research while feeling like this. But after you eat, I'll get right back to it. I'll find something. I promise, I say as I lift her into my arms. Once in the bedroom, I set her down gently and tuck her into the blankets. Before leaving, I press my lips into hers, savoring her taste. How did all of this happen so fast? The last time we kissed, which was only a few hours ago, everything was perfectly fine. I head to the kitchen, feeling frantic as I look for something to feed her. This is exactly why I need to learn how to cook. I light the stove, and once it heats up, I crack 2 of the eggs she got out earlier into the pan. I saw her do this a couple days ago, so hopefully I can replicate it. Once the eggs look like they're done, I grab a bowl and add them into it with some cheese sprinkled over it. It looks horrible, but now is not the time to be fancy. Here, I say, handing it to her while setting a glass of water on the bedside table. Thanks, she mumbles. I can tell by the redness around her eyes that she was crying while I was out of the room. If I could bring that witch back to life and kill her all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat for making my girl feel like this. Instead, I spend the rest of the night reading every book in the cabin. I'll do whatever it takes to lift this curse. Kill whoever I have to kill. Travel to whoever has the knowledge to stop this. I don't care what it is. I'll do it.
Chapter 27. Annette. My stomach churns violently, my innards feeling stretched beyond their capacity. I can barely feel my fingers, and my legs have given way to constant muscle spasms. In short, I am in pain. Parts of it, I try to hide from Rook, who worries himself over every cough and sneeze. He tells me that over the past 24 hours, my skin has gone from a pale grey to an almost bile yellow colour. I found some Filvec grass and some Gankoya, Rook says as soon as he barges in the door. The local alchemist said they might work together, but we're going to have to try and see. Local. I stifle a cough, my body sweaty under the covers. When I lift the blankets off, I'm frigid, and I feel like my heart might stop from how slow it becomes. Yeah, he says. I've been stopping in Malara. In disguise, of course. On the table in front of me are several open books. Occasionally, when Rook steps away, I reach out with my foot, bringing the book toward me. Unfortunately, I soon reach the same conclusion Rook does. Nothing in this cabin is any help for my particular condition. Maybe when the witch imparted the curse, she knew there wasn't a cure. Maybe I just need to make peace with my death. Rook, I call out to him. He frantically mixes the two ingredients together in a mortar and pestle. I know that it's no use, and that what he's brought me is a simple potion for ordinary diseases. And judging by the fact that I can feel my organs slowly failing, I don't think his concoction will do too much anyway. He doesn't hear me. Ruch! I call out again, this time much louder. He startles. I didn't think Rook was capable of startling. I can add that to my list of achievements as I start to expire. Yes? He asks. Come here, I instruct him. Early on, I was afraid of giving him my sickness, in fear that the magical illness might somehow become contagious. I imagine a horrifying magical plague unleashed on the population of Malara, and I start to shudder. If I were evil, and I wanted to wipe out an entire population of dark elves, it would seem almost too perfect. He approaches me, and I take his large hand in mine, meeting his gaze. I feel myself tingle at his touch. I want to bring him to me and wrap myself around him. I want to kiss him and never let go. I love you, I tell him. He smiles. I know that, he says. I know, I just want to make sure you know that before. He shakes his head, steps away from me, and returns to mixing the potion. I'm sorry, Annette, he says. I love you too, but we need to figure this out. It's a common potion he could have purchased himself if he had any sense of how local shops work. The idea that he thinks it's going to have any long-lasting effect on me is a little irritating, but I know how hard he's trying, and I honour him for it. Eventually, when he's exhausted his options, he starts asking me for help, searching through the books. There are tomes on magical curses, cursed items, advanced spells and conjuration rituals, blood magics, and books I can't begin to piece together, whose magic is so far beyond my own, I can barely read the language it's written in. Here's something about fevers, Rook suggests. He holds up a book, and I realise it's a common alchemical text on household remedies. I shake my head. I've got a bit more than a fever going on, Rook, I tell him. He rubs his chin before bringing his fist down hard on the table, leaving a small crack in its surface. The impact shakes the room momentarily. I don't look up from the text he's given me. Though I know he won't apologise, I can tell that he's sorry. I've resolved to cherish every moment I have left with Rook, faults and all. What's more, I can feel my mind weakening, and I know that soon I won't even have the faculties to appreciate our time together anymore. In a cruel twist of irony, the greatest reminder of how valuable Rook is to me is how little time I have left with him. You're going to be okay, Rook says, picking up another text. You know that, right? I nod, hoping that I convince him, because I'm certainly not convincing myself. I know you're scared, Rook says, but you don't need to worry. I don't know at this point whether he's reassuring himself. He flips open the book, and I think I hear him mutter something along the lines of, I'll pull you up myself if I have to. It seems like nonsense to me, but I smile at him as I flip through a book that at first seemed promising, but I now realise is a romantic novel about two star-crossed lovers. I don't want to tell him that I've given up. I don't want to tell him that I'd rather spend my time with him doing something stupid and trivial than continuing a pointless quest to prolong my life. I cough and cover my mouth with my hand, wiping away the blood before he can see it. As a demon, Rook has some powers which somewhat approximate magic that he's tried to use on me. Most of it just involves interacting with my soul, trying to rearrange and stabilise parts of it. And it helps. Sometimes it returns my skin to a healthier tone for a moment. Sometimes it reduces my fever or lowers my urge to cough. But ultimately and inevitably, the conditions return, seemingly stronger and angrier than before. It hurts me to see Rook struggle so much, even if it makes me proud how tenacious he is, even in the face of inevitable and overwhelming odds. For my part, I've offered every suggestion I can think of, guiding him away from the common remedies and toward rarer and less conventional treatments. Now that I know he's comfortable going into Malara, It briefly emboldens me. At times he makes longer treks into even more distant elven cities, into Voig or Perthos or Orthani. There we seek out less common remedies in the hopes of finding anything to help me. He comes home one day, after a long trek, and makes me a potion he swears will work, based on a text that lists all of my symptoms. I scarf it down and immediately feel sick. There, Rook says, getting up from administering the remedy. That should feel better. It doesn't help me in the slightest. I smile. The very act of smiling hurts my face. Most of my muscles are strained or paralysed by this point. What do you think? Rook asks, mostly seeing if the remedy has helped me at all. He travelled across the continent to get it. I know that for a being like him, travel is not so difficult, but it's no small feat nonetheless. I think, I start to say, trying to be honest but also supportive and grateful. But I can't find the words. I think maybe we just need to accept this, I say. I see how much this hurts you and I don't want that, but we've run out of options. His hopeful smile becomes a scowl. After everything we've been through, how can you give up? If these are my final days, I want to spend them with you, Rook. I don't want to spend them fighting something we both know is coming. Don't you know who I am? Rook is yelling at this point, but I know that it's not directed at me. He shakes the cabinets and the doors with his booming voice. I used to talk to the gods. I devour souls. Why do you think curing you is beyond my power? Rook, I start to say. I feel my vision start to cloud over. My head collides with my pillow. I can still see his outline working over me, through my barely closed eyelids. He tries to shake me awake, desperate to resuscitate me. I wish he'd see that I'm not dead. I'm only dreaming. I'm suddenly inside a display case, watching the cabin from inside its confines. At first, the cabin is empty and quiet. I can hear the calm rush of the wind outside the window. Then the door opens, and I see Rook accompanied by a woman. She looks like me, and she acts like me, but she's not me. Thinking for a second, I realise that it must be the witch. She's taken over my body and is now assuming my life, as if I never existed. Meanwhile, she trapped me inside of this cabinet of curiosities. I watch as Rook kisses her, and I begin to pound on the glass. But rather than shattering, or even reverberating against the impact, the glass reflects the energy back, and I feel my own force filtering back into me. In the cabinet's reflection, I see my face distorted more from every impact. My cheeks and lips peel back, and I suddenly realise that with every pound, my face is changing, becoming another face entirely. Trapped in this cabinet of curiosities, I'm becoming the witch. Rook starts to undress the me beyond the cabinet, the me possessed by the witch, and my eyes flick open. Rook is sitting above me, looking down remorsefully. Earlier, I got a bit carried away, he says. I just can't imagine losing you. You've done so much for me. I take his hand in mine, looking at him with calm reassurance. I love you, I tell him again. And I'm so grateful to you for everything that you're doing. I'm not trying to tell you not to give up. It's just that when you're gone... I grip his hand tightly in mine, squeezing it. I really miss you. I smile weakly before a strange convulsion courses through my abdomen. My vision goes grey, and there are no more thoughts.
Chapter 28. Rook. I tear through the witch's cabin like a wild beast, shredding furniture and ripping panels from the walls. Annette's life hangs by a thread, and I must find what dark curse is leeching away her soul. Nothing else matters but destroying the vile magic that harms my love. The witch left traces of her evil everywhere, but whatever artifact or tome that must sustain this affliction remains maddeningly out of sight. What is it? I roar, but the cabin yields no answer save the wreckage of my fury. Exhausted, I fall to my knees amidst the debris. For all my might, I cannot save Annette from this slow demise. But I cannot give up. She needs me. I close my eyes, forcing my rage to subside. The primal urge to rend and destroy yet again consumes me, but I can't find anything amiss. The bedroom offers no clues either. My claws tear through quilts and mattresses in desperation. Feathers choke the air as I demolish anything that might conceal the insidious curse. Moving room to room, the last vestiges of reason slip away, giving way to the ferocity of a cornered beast. By the time I've laid waste to every room, a fog of wood dust and debris swirls around my crouched form. In my rage, I strike a shelf, smashing jars and vials. Glass pierces my fist, but I do not feel it. I watch black demon blood drip steadily as my heart wrenches inside my chest. Annette pays the price while I flail uselessly in the wreckage this witch left behind. She believed I could protect her, could save her, but all my gifts are worthless in the face of this insidious curse. I collapse to my knees, the rage extinguished, leaving only anguish and regret. My claws could slay legions, but cannot mend a wounded heart or lift this plague upon her spirit. For all my might, I cannot save the one soul that matters most. In despair, I slam my fists down, and the old floorboards splinter and cave in. I claw through the rubble, ripping up rotted planks until a dark gap is revealed beneath the floor. A hidden room. I drop down into the dusty space, eyes quickly adjusting to the gloom. Strange sigils cover the walls, remnants of the witch's vile enchantments. In the center sits an ancient wooden box, bound in flesh and studded with teeth and nails. A malevolent energy pulsates from it. I seize the gruesome box, fresh black blood smearing the grotesque surface. The evil aura bites at my skin, but I refuse to let go. I present the box to the daylight, its malignant power weakened by the sun. Annette still clings to life, though barely. But now, the source of her demise is in my hands. I tighten my grip, feeling the box rattle. Soon I will tear it apart and break its hold on Annette forever. But shattering it alone may not be enough to restore her. No sacrifice is too great to save her life. I know what must be done. Hold on, my love, I whisper. I'm coming. I squeeze with all my demonic might, claws piercing the box's gruesome exterior. An unholy screeching splits the air as I feel the curse thrash in protest. The box trembles in my grip, malignant energy pulsing wildly. With a ferocious roar, I summon every ounce of power and rip the foul thing asunder. An explosion of dark magic buffets me as corrupted souls trapped within wail in anguish. The cabin shakes on its foundations. I shield my face as vile spirits swirl past, released by the box's destruction. Their cursed prison lies in splinters on the floor, but I can still sense the evil magic burrowing into Annette's soul, anchored there. Destroying the source weakened but did not fully lift the curse. I can feel that Annette's life force flickers even closer to oblivion. I race back to her side, knowing I have only one option left to keep her from death's grip. Or at least if she goes over the edge, she'll take me with her. As her remaining life force sputters, I take her delicate hand in mine. Forgive what I must do, my love, I whisper. I open my spirit and begin transferring my immortal demon essence to her fragile mortal soul, binding us as one before the abyss can claim her. When we share one soul, one essence, either both of us will live, or neither. If her flame goes out, so will mine. But I'm hoping rather than death, I can give her the strength she needs to overcome this. Our merged life force glows between us, the curse seething but unable to consume us both. Annette's eyes flutter open once more. I open my spirit to Annette's fading mortal essence. Our life forces collide in a burst of crimson and violet, spinning into a new chaotic orb of being. Reality seems to warp around us. We stand upon an endless shimmering plain, the material world melted away. Our bodies blur, flesh and spirit combining. Annette's eyes flutter open, their emerald irises now flecked with molten gold, our essences irrevocably blended. We stand together, diminished mortality reforged by an immortal union. My love, I whisper. I'm so sorry. I claimed you without your approval, and I hope you can forgive me for that. But I saw no other way. I enfold her fragile yet undying form in a fierce embrace. By relinquishing our previous separate selves, we are now one being in two bodies, sharing a life force. She has my strength, while I have her light. Neither of us is what we were before, but whatever makes me immune to the witch's curse now should heal her too. Her lifeblood flows through my veins, our hearts beating in resonant harmony, souls merged in primordial covenant. I hold Annette close, reminding myself this is no dream that will fade. Her being flows through mine, brilliant and undimmed. I lift Annette's chin, gently kissing the tears of wonder from her golden-flecked eyes before pressing my lips to hers. Our first true kiss as souls reborn, sealing the promise of eternity.
Chapter 29. Annette. It's weird being bound to Rook. I feel different and yet exactly the same. But there's a kind of comfort that comes from knowing that if one of us dies, we both die. A comfort in knowing that we'll be together until our last day on Protheka. It's only been 2 days since it all happened, but Rook still won't leave me alone. It's like he's constantly worried about me, even though the curse is gone now. "Lunch is ready," I shout. Rook has been in the living room all day, reading books to see if there could be any negative side effects to us sharing one life force. Meanwhile, I've been cooking us a special meal. I know that Rook isn't used to eating the kind of food I've been preparing, so I let him go out yesterday to buy some Torah meat for us. I roasted it all day with some fries, bagona and some creots to make it into a stew. It's mostly Torah, since I know he prefers meat to other things. It's not luxurious by any means, but it's better than the eggs we've been eating every day. Rook walks in with a book, heading for the table. "Nu, I tell him, snatching the book out of his arms. "No books at the table, not today." "Fine," he chuckles. "It smells amazing in here." He plants a kiss on the top of my head before taking his seat at the table. I set his bowl of stew down in front of him and we dig in. This is so good." He moans. "It's okay, you don't have to pretend to like it that much." I giggle. "No, really, it's delicious. I never knew Torah could taste like this," he says. And I actually believe him, because 3 minutes later, his bowl is empty. I've never seen him eat this fast before. "Can we go into town today?" I ask as he takes our dishes to the sink. He stops, looking surprised. "Malara?" "No, definitely not. I was thinking about the other one next to that, with all the cute shops. We could go around and buy some things to make this cabin our own." "You want to stay here?" "Yes." I smile. I love it here. I know that it used to belong to that horrible woman, but she's gone now, and we're here. But if you would rather us find a new place, I'm okay with that too. "No, this is perfect." He beams, walking over to me and lifting me into his arms. "We'll stay here, and we can absolutely go into town today." "Yay!" I squeal. "We can get rid of anything around here that we don't like and replace it with stuff we do. It'll be fun." "I think we're going to need a bigger bed," he smirks. "Well, that might have to wait for another day. I'm not sure how we'd transport it." I laugh. "No, I'll build us one. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard. I can chop up some wood and then learn how." "I'd love that," I whisper before pressing my lips into his. It isn't hard to get lost in the kiss, lost in the taste of him. His tongue pries open my mouth, delving in and making me wish that he were using it for other things instead. It's all I can do not to beg him to take me to that bedroom right now, but I hold myself back, knowing that if I do that, we'll never end up going into town. Finally, we pull away, and when I open my eyes, he's back in his human form. I startle having not expected this. I figured I should look more normal when we go into town, he explains. Your eyes, I whisper. They look like mine again. Yours have always stunned me. They're the first thing that comes to mind when I shift. But the first time you made yourself look like this, we hadn't... I trail off. I know, but even then you took my breath away. I have to stop the tears from forming, blinking them away. I love you, I whisper. I love you too, Annette, he whispers back, kissing me again. This time it takes even more effort to pull away, but I manage it. We should get going, I remind him. Or we could just go tomorrow, he says, pulling me back in and nipping at my bottom lip. Tempting, I breathe, closing my eyes and letting him tease me. But not gonna happen. I'm prepared to beg, he says, running his fingers through my hair. You remember that I have access to my magic again, right? I threaten. What are you gonna do, blast me across the room? Maybe. I dare you, he snarls. I raise my hand, but before I can do anything, he steps back, putting his hands up in defeat. All right, but be prepared tonight, he warns. 10 minutes later, we're on our way, walking hand in hand through the forest. Just like that first time, I find myself sneaking peeks at his human form. I definitely prefer his normal one, but it's weird to see him like this. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. As we're walking, I stumble on a stray branch, and Rook reaches out to catch me. Are you okay? He asks, worry lacing his tone. I'm fine. It was just a stick. He doesn't seem convinced. Rook, what is this about? You've been abnormally anxious the past couple of days. He sighs, running his hand through his hair. I'm just worried that binding us was a mistake. I mean, I know there was no other way, but what if... Stop. Nothing is going to happen. I'm glad that we're bound. Truly, I am. You don't need to worry about anything. I want to be with you forever. What could possibly go wrong? He considers what I'm saying, searching my eyes for one too long minute. You're right. I'm sorry. It's just, after everything we've been through, it's hard to accept that everything's fine now. I know. Believe me, I understand that. I've never been cared for like this in my entire life, and it's certainly a transition for me, but it's a good one. I wouldn't change it for the world. You mean that? I do. He nods, more to himself than me, and we continue walking. Once we arrive, we make our first stop in a nice antique shop. There's only so much that we can carry back to the cabin at once, so I try to limit myself in what I grab. This is beautiful. What do you think? I ask, pointing to a painting of the mountains. I love it, he says. We need something like his to look at when we get sick of looking at the forest every day. Exactly my thoughts. After grabbing a few more things, we decide to leave and check out another store. We should get some new stuff for the bed, like new blankets and stuff. I don't exactly love the idea of sleeping in that witch's sheets forever. Agreed, he says, and we set off in the direction of what looks like a linen store. As we pass a group of men, I stop. Something feels wrong. I look behind us, in the direction of the men who just passed. What's wrong? Did you know them? Rook asks. I barely hear him as I take a step towards them, then another and another, until I'm basically following them. Annette! Rook grabs my arm, pulling me to a stop. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Maybe. I trail off, still staring in their direction. Annette, look at me. Look at me, he repeats. I finally do, but the feeling is so overwhelming that it's hard for me to focus. I don't know what's happening. When those men walked by, I felt something, like a bad feeling but worse. His eyes widen, and he looks back towards the men. Did you feel it towards any of them in particular, or all? I look back at them, knowing instantly. The one in the blue shirt. Rook takes a step back, clearly shocked by something. What? I ask. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but it makes sense. Rook, what makes sense? I think that you can sense evil now, like I can. When you're around someone evil, you'll get this feeling. This is how you feel. Well, it might not be exactly what I feel, us being different species and all, he whispers so no one overhears us, but it's probably very similar to what I feel. Does this mean... I pause. Does this mean I'll have to... eat them? Like you? I'm not sure what I expected his reaction to be, but it certainly wasn't him bursting out into laughter. No, definitely not, he finally says, and I don't eat them, just their souls. Thank the gods. So when that guy walked by, you felt it too? How were you able to ignore it? Well, normally I wouldn't, but I didn't want to ruin our lovely day, he explains. I look down at the ground, contemplating my new reality. This is what the rest of my life will be like, every time we go somewhere. How will I ever be happy like that? How will I stop it from getting to me, feeling all this evil all the time? Talk to me. What's going on in your mind? He breaks me out of my thoughts. When I look up at him, I realise something. He is how I'll stop it from getting to me. He's the answer to it all. How could I ever be unhappy with him by my side? Nothing, I say. Let's keep shopping.
Chapter 30. Rook. Annette being able to feel the darkness makes me incredibly happy. I feel as though it bonds us even closer. She is the mate I never knew I wanted or needed. My life without her would be incomplete. Later that night, when all our new items have been unpacked and put away, I watch her as she crosses the main room in the cabin to come sit on my lap. Her smile is contagious and uplifting. She makes me want to be better for her. She makes me want to be what she wants me to be. I want her to be happy and peaceful. I want her to enjoy being with me every day. She nestles onto my lap, her head on my chest. She is my home, my family, my mate. We're bound as one now, eternally. And it's a wonderful feeling. Sorry to interrupt just as we're getting to the good part. Things are a little too spicy for YouTube. You can access every juicy detail on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products. Thank you for listening to Craved by the Shadow Demon. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, I tease breathlessly. She just laughs, just as out of air as I am.
Chapter 31. Annette. Surprise! I roll over, open my eyes and try to blink away the sleep. Rook is standing before me, holding a steaming plate and the widest smile I've ever seen on him. What's this? I ask, still trying to wake myself up. Here, this will help, he says, handing me a mug. Of course, he brought me caffo. Could he be any more perfect? I sit up, taking it, and immediately drinking from it. I'm glad he's caught on to the fact that the first thing I need in the morning is a big cup of caffo. And he knows just the way I like it. After I've taken a sufficient amount of sips, I set it aside and turn to him. Will you tell me what all of this is about now? I made you breakfast, he says. This catches my attention. I take a look at the plate, and my eyes widen. It's kaijir, he says proudly. How? I ask, completely shocked. I found a recipe a couple days ago. I snuck out to get everything early this morning while you were sleeping. You're a very deep sleeper, you know. Wait, how long have I been sleeping? There's no way you had time to go all the way there, and then got back here and still had time to cook it. I guess it's a good thing I kept you up extra late last night. He smirks. A chill runs down my spine as I remember what we did. It was definitely some of his best work. Some of our best work. I'll never understand how I got so lucky with him, in every single aspect. You're thinking about it now, aren't you? He teases. Maybe, I say, letting my eyes trail down his body. You better stop looking at me like that, or else this whole breakfast thing will have all been for nothing. I have no problem dropping this plate and ravaging you right now. At this moment, I'm actually considering letting him do it. How is it even possible to want someone this much? Annette, he says, his tone shifting. From the look in his eyes, I can tell that he's about 2 seconds away from tossing that plate aside. And I'm a second away from letting him. I snap myself out of it, knowing how much effort he put into this surprise, and not wanting him to let that all go to waste just because we can't keep our pants on. I clear my throat, shaking my head. Later, I promise. So, how did I not hear you cooking this all morning? Like I said, deep sleeper. He sighs, visibly disappointed that I changed the subject. Did you try it yet? I ask, which is just my way of politely asking if it's any good. Kaijia is definitely not the easiest thing to make, and for a beginning cook like him, I'm surprised he even had the confidence to try. I'm going to pretend you didn't just ask me that. Come on, let's go eat. I grab my mug and take another huge gulp before heading into the kitchen with him. Ever since we decorated, I have enjoyed this place that much more. It feels like it's really ours now, especially our new bed, which Rook expertly put together. I still have no idea how he did it, but it's held up pretty great through our activities, so I won't ask questions. As I take my seat at the table, he sets the plate in front of me before sitting across from me. I pick up my fork, still a bit hesitant, and take my first bite. Flavour explodes in my mouth, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I really didn't want to have to lie to him about it tasting good. I would have done it, but I would have felt bad. Thankfully, everything about it is perfect. The fish, the rice, the egg. I can even taste the citrus notes and herbs. I find myself going back for a second bite right away. Wow, this is really good, Rook. You're not lying? I would never, I lie. No, it's seriously good. How the hell did you learn how to make this? I've never even made it, and I've only had it like twice in my life. I told you, I found a recipe. I shoot him a look, sensing that there's more to the story. Okay, fine. I asked one of the workers at the market. She happened to know a lot about it, and she talked me through every step. Thankfully, I remembered it all by the time I got back. This is amazing. I can't believe you did all of this for me. I wanted to make you feel special. Don't you already do that every night? I wink. Well, yes, but still I wanted to do something nice for you. Again, don't you? Can't you just accept that I wanted to spoil you? Fine. Sorry, thank you. I laugh. As soon as we finish breakfast, we decide to go out for a walk through the woods. It reminds me of when we first met, not that far from here. I think back to that day and how much I misjudged him, thinking it was him doing all that killing. How I tried to attack him, and how easily he shut me down like it was nothing. Things have changed so much now, which I'm thankful for. Where would I be right now if I hadn't followed my instincts that day and tracked him down? Would I still be out there, wandering all alone and searching for a new place to call home? Probably not. I doubt I would have survived much longer on my own, especially not with that witch out on the loose. Which leads me to think about that woman and how she must have died thinking that I would be following her shortly after due to her curse. I've fully come to terms with the consequences of that curse now. In fact, I don't even really see it as a consequence. Instead, I see it as a blessing. Being bound to Rook is certainly no inconvenience. The only time it really affects me is when we go into town sometimes, and I sense someone evil. And even then, we've found ways to make sure that it doesn't bother me too much. Rook still goes out hunting for souls now and again, but not as much as he used to. And I make sure to ask for as little detail as necessary, if any. It's not that I hate what he does, It's just that I don't like hearing how evil people really are. I always knew, obviously, but it's something I like to try to ignore as much as I can, and he always respects that. Our life together is all about balance, and we've found the perfect recipe. I wouldn't change a single thing. Where are we going? I ask. We've never been this way before. It's a surprise. Another one? Is it my birthday or something? No, but that reminds me. When is your birthday? I actually don't know. I've never even tried to find out, never celebrated it. Well, we should. Not find out but celebrate it. We should give you a birthday. Really? Yeah, why not? I have an idea. What if we make it the day that we were bound? If you think about it, I went through a big change that day. I love that. He smiles, pulling me in close to his side. So what's the surprise? We're almost there, you'll see. A few minutes later, we reach a clearing. In the middle of the clearing is a blanket and a stack of books. I stop, looking at him. What is this? I thought we could come out here and spend the day practicing your magic. I know that it bothers you that you don't know that much. We don't have the same kind of magic, but I figured I could at least help and try to give you pointers. Tears well up in my eyes, and I let them fall. I've never voiced this insecurity to him, but somehow he knew. That's how much he pays attention to me. I can't explain how that makes me feel. This is perfect. I love you so much, Rook. Thank you. I love you too, and I'm so happy that I found you. I'm so thankful that I get to spend the rest of my life with you, that I get to surprise you 1,000,000 more times, in 1,000,000 different ways. Because I will, Annette. If you think this is the only time we'll have a day like this, think again. I'll spend the rest of my life making you feel special. It's never going to end. I throw my arms around him, burying my face in his chest. The scent of him pushes my senses into overdrive, making the tears come even faster. But after a moment, I pull it together. I don't want to ruin this perfect day by letting my emotions get the best of me. I want nothing more than that, Rook. We spend the rest of the day looking through the books he brought and practicing some small spells. Once I get tired, which doesn't take very long since magic always wears me out, we head back to the cabin. Our home. Our safe haven away from the rest of the world. I couldn't ask for a better place to call mine, or a better person to share it with.